Hello!
Hello.
Hi.
Welcome to Dice and Destinies, where we are playing our Alexandria campaign of Whimsical Travelers of Fate. I am Mags. I am the DM for this campaign, while also having my co-DM.
Hello! I am the co-DM.
I play Brooke.
And I play Tyrus.
And now here's our paladin.
Hello, my name is Matt, aka Ryu Momochi, aka Gadri, the human paladin.
And then we have Fabi. Angel.
Hi, I play Althera, the half elf, half Yuan-Ti, bard warlock.
And then we have our resident slime.
I'm Nevi. I play Enka, the Minotaur cleric.
Yep. These are all our lovely players. And tonight we will be having session 51. Q Cosplay will not be making it this session. They are busy at the moment with rodeo and other things like drag. And we wish them all the luck in the world.
100%.
To recap what happened last session. So we have arrived at the port town of I can't pronounce the name. Zalalo?
Zalalo. Z-L-A-L. Z-L-A-L-O.
Yeah. So we arrived at the port town of Zalalo, and while Althera, Gadri, and Lilith, who turns out to be a dragon, a purple young, very, very young purple dragon, all go off to go inquire about some gems for Lilith as a promise from Althera for doing such a great job in the kitchen. They have run into a wizard, a human wizard named Xana, who, when Althera
Human.
found... Yes, human.
I thought he was a gnome.
No,
Nope.
human.
So, when... when Althera had found the gems for Lilith, she realized that they were a little more pricier than she would have liked to pay, so she asked Xana if there was anything she could do, and Xana thought of the great idea of inquiring them to go on a quest for them to kill 2 hags and bring them back the hearts for some tomes that he had found with some ancient potions or spells or whatever it is that, he said to them. No one asked questions. It's fine. With Brooke, Tyrus, and Enka, they had gone to a tavern where they bumped into one Thambrix Raketh, a tiefling from way back when everything had just started, who left abruptly after a battle with his younger brother at a masquerade party. They spoke with him, and turns out he was looking for a girl who he assumed to be his sister and assumed to be in danger from his father, because last she was seen, she was with his mom. He was also there with his companion Lo Thil, a paladin changeling who was looking for residuum as key for the rebellion to saving Thambrix's home. Thambrix spoke. Brooke and Enka stormed out of. Well, Brooke ran away from the tavern, and Enka soon followed after her, leaving Tyrus to speak with Thambrix alone. Lo Thil went to go speak with their rendezvous. After Brooke met up with the other group and told them about the situation, Tyrus had found that Thambrix was looking for Lilith and messaged everyone to get Lilith back to the boat safely and keep her out of sight. Enka pulled Althera aside, calling her wallet, and they bought a hat of disguise for Lilith. And brought her back to the ship. Tyrus had brought Thambrix back to the ship, where him and Brooke had a quick yelling competition, and and then he spoke with Lilith before taking his departure after Brooke was very upset that he was even there.
A very comical departure.
And that is where we left off last, with Thambrix had left. It is, I believe, 1 p.m. just after lunch, Althera was handing out snacks, well, lunch and sandwiches. Tyrus was standing in the doorway. Gadri is, I think, still in the off. No, he's on the boat. Yeah, everyone has collected on the boat. Brooke, Enka, and Lilith are in the ship, in the dining hall. And Brooke has stated, well, after that, we now can get to talk about the two hags that we are apparently supposed to be dealing with. And she turns to Althera because Gadri had told her this was on her.
Tyrus and
What?
Althera had walked off.
Then Brooke's looking for Althera, towards Althera, like, where did she go?
Yeah, remember Tyrus wrapped his arm around her and started walking across the ship, basically comforting Althera, being like, "This is really good lunch, thank you very much," and caused her to blush.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So,
To which Tyrus does have something that he will suggest to do with Althera, if you don't mind.
yeah, I was going to say, well, Whimsical Travelers of Fate, what would you like to do with the rest of this very already exhausting day?
For starters, I would like to unpause the game.
Shh. It's not
I got
paused.
it.
It's not paused.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
So Tyrus, having his arm gently around Althera's shoulder, eating one of her sandwiches happily, perks up as he looks through her, goes, "By the way, while we are ashore, we do need to make a supply run, and since you run the kitchen, would you like to join me in making sure that we get everything we need?"
Oh, sure. That sounds like fun.
All right. And he finishes off the sandwich, big old smile on his face as he, brushes his hand off. All right, let's go.
Quick, let's run.
Well, here we go. And so we're
Uh,
off to the dock warehouse to make some purchases before we go to the market and purchase some. Tyra's going to put an order in at the dock warehouse so they get that ready before we go to get groceries.
all right. You two are heading out. You leave the ship and start making your way over to there. Enka. Brooke looks to you because you're there with Lilith and such, and she goes, "Have you heard anything about the night hag situation?"
Brookie, I was with you when you found out about it. I don't know nothing.
Yes, but I left you out there with when Thambrix came. I thought maybe you might have heard something. And she kind of like ponders for a moment as she thinks and goes, "All right, well, Lilith." And she turns to Lilith, and Lilith looks up. A couple sandwiches are in her mouth as she looks up, like, what is it about these night tags? And Lilith goes, I mean, we're supposed to kill night hags, and then I get rubies. That's really all I know. And Brooke just kind of sighs. Oh dear.
Enka's just gonna poke her head out the door, see Althera's gone, just goes, I think the person you wanted to ask has already left.
Brooke's going to peek out and see Gadri across the way. As she looks at Gadri, her eyes narrow and she points to him and makes the
Gadri,
get over here.
Gadri kind of points at himself and like looks around before pointing to Cat.
Brooke, inside his head, he just hears, "Come here now."
Where is everybody?
In the dining hall.
Dining room.
Yeah.
Okay. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do.
And she looks to you and goes, "Well, what is it about these night tags that is so important that we go? Is it just gems?"
Gadri kind of nods a little bit and he goes, as far as I know, it's just an exchange for the gems, yeah.
Do we know where we're supposed to find them?
Gadri shakes his head. He goes, "No, I wasn't paying attention to that part."
Just kind of looks towards Lilith, and Lilith looks up and goes, "He had a lot of shiny things in that room. You can't blame me." And Brooke just sighs and goes, "Well, I'll talk with Althea when I see her again. I don't think she's on the ship anymore. For now, these sandwiches were very good, but I still want to try some of the local cuisine. And hopefully not run into Thambrix this time.
We did get rudely interrupted, didn't we?
Sorry,
Oh, it's not your fault.
I ran out. Again."
Okay, not your fault.
She just kind of gives you like a, it kind of was. And looks to Gadri. "Are you still willing to go get food?"
He nods. He goes, his stomach growling.
"Did you not eat any of the sandwiches out there prepared?"
I don't think that I think he had grabbed one, but he didn't eat it.
He's just got a sandwich in his hand.
Yeah. But of course, one sandwich isn't going to satisfy him.
Look at those muscles, Brooke. Don't you know how much meat it takes to keep those healthy?
Brooke looks at you and goes, "No."
Okay, so I guess we gotta add food to your resume. Got it.
As we all walk out to go leave ourselves, you see Ixtal and Dilyu talking with each other on the boat. Seems Ixtal is pretty much pointing out at the land and telling Dilyu to get the fuck off the boat and go explore.
As you
Time to
should.
fucking socialize.
Get
This land
laid.
is our land. We shall call it
As
this
ev-
land.
As everyone starts making their way out to go head off, you see this exchange. You see Dilyu kind of like giving this pouty ass look of, "I don't want to go out there." And you see Ixal look over towards you, Enka, and just mouths, "Watch this," as they make a whistle, and Unicorn scoops up Dilly, just the way he did by Soren, and starts trotting away. Dilly holding on for dear life, and Brooke kind of looks towards Enka like, "The fuck? The fuck did your boyfriend do? Did your partner
I
do?"
was just like stifling a laughter. I'm just like, oh, they're so good at making people hang out.
I
Brooke's,
do like that Unicorse is now the designated make people do stuff person
Oh yeah.
character.
As Dilly and Unicorn are being raced away, Ixtal looks over at Inka and them and just go, "I'll keep him out of trouble. At least I'll try. Should I bring the grumpy one out?"
Nah, he can rot in the darkness for all I care.
You see Ixtal kind of like look to the side thinking for a moment and just go, "Well, darling, rotting in the darkness isn't always a fun thing." That's
I'm
up to
just
the
like,
captain.
I'm just gonna go over and just hug him.
And just give Sir like a pat, like, "You okay?"
It's like, I'm okay. Are you okay?
"I'm fine, dear. It's fine.
Okay.
Captain,
Let him go.
should I go and get him?" And Brooke kind of like thinks for a moment, and she's just like, "It's kind of sunny outside. I think he'll come out during the night. Would you and Dilly like to join us for food?" And Ixtal smiles, shaking their head, and goes, "No, I'm going to go see if I can get Dilly laid. A
Yes.
handsome young lad over there on a horse. What, on a unicorn, no less. What person wouldn't want to tap that?"
Enka looks all excited and is just like looking between Extol and Brooke and just like, wait, who'd I go with? Yeah, I gotta go with the captain. Have
Brooke
fun, tell me all about it.
and Ixtal waves as they are off. Dilly, you still screaming in the distance. In the distant.
That man's virginity is now in trouble.
Let's go.
Who said he was a virgin? Now,
Exactly.
everyone heads
You gotta do something with all that pain.
everyone heads out, and we're going to switch over to the warehouse scene for a bit. Althera and Tyrus. You start heading towards the area where you see the most of the ships and the most of the loading and such are heading towards. Lots of barrels, lots of carts. As you make your way down there, you see many different warehouses, some big, some smaller. You see lots of people shuffling through, gathering supplies, moving supplies. Carts are passing by. It's a very, very busy area.
Tyrus is smiling as he walks with her and discusses a few things. One of which he kind of gives a small little nudge her and go, I know I've thanked you for this already, but I wanted to say thanks again for helping me with my nightmares.
Oh, it was no trouble at all. You would have done the same for me, I hope.
Yes, I would. It's just, well, I'll just say this. My nights are much more pleasant, thanks to you.
I'm glad, but I shouldn't take all the credit. Enka did most of the heavy lifting, both literally and physically, or
Oh.
figuratively.
Well, she's not here to accept the things that I will be giving her later.
Well, regardless, I'm happy I could help.
Hmm.
And she's gonna look at her list of like things she needs to stock back up on.
Yeah, we're gonna be heading into the warehouse area and start looking around for any foreman to see if he could put in like some orders for shipping supplies.
Roll me a perception check, either one of you with advantage or separate.
Do you want to roll perception, Skelly, or
Sure.
advantage?
Yeah.
Can't fucking speak today.
21.
21. Scully, I can't find the compendium. Oh, never mind. I found it. I'm stupid. Never mind. Ignore me.
You're
Easily
not
done.
stupid.
Two different reactions.
Yeah, I was about to say the duality of that response.
So as you're walking in, where are the normal tokens?
What are you looking for?
Just a normal person.
Like people?
Yeah, like people's.
We have commoners in the actors tab. They're called commoners.
Oh, cool.
I don't know why the token variant art module's not working, but I need to reset it up for the commoner. But basically, it'll cycle through. It should cycle through different token stuff.
Well, as you are both walking, you see a lot of people, so many people. But you see one person in particular that stands out amongst the rest because they seem to be standing at a table with many different books and ledgers, and people are walking over to them, asking them questions. They're pointing one way, pointing another way. They seem to be the person that you go to talk to about anything and everything that needs to be done here.
He's gonna head over there with Althera. He's gonna be heading over there with Althera, and
Yeah.
he gives a excuse me, sir.
The man looks up to you and raises an eyebrow.
Hi. We've just come to shore of the Fate Chaser, and we are hoping to purchase some supplies for our ship. We've seemed to had a bit of a swagging issue in some of our supplies, and we're needed for repairs, and we need to replenish.
They look to you. It seems to be a human man, and he smiles and goes, "Ah, all right then. Tell me, what do you need? We have many different. We have many different warehouses here with many different supplies. Do you need food? Do you need repairs first? What are you looking for exactly?"
Of course. And he pulls out his list and starts going through the checklist of supplies that they should have on board, and essentially just like anything that they're short on, he's gonna go ahead and put an order for. Rope replacement, boards, tar, sails if needed, so on and so forth. Nails.
Okay. How many days are you looking for?
Well, these are for repair jobs of the ship.
Yeah,
Okay.
Althera has the food list.
Ah. Um, trying to find the repairs, the boat repairs. Hmm. Okay. He looks to you and says, "Well, what kind of repairs are you hoping to do? Are you hoping to do minor repairs or major repairs?"
Well, we've had mostly minor repair jobs done on our ship out at sea, so mostly we're just looking to restock our supplies on that. We still have our major supplies.
All right. That'll be, from what I see, that'll be 20 gold pieces for the materials.
All right. And he counts out 20, said 25, right?
20.
20. He will count that out and give it to the man.
All right. He takes it and starts filling and hands you a form and says, "Fill this out with what you need in particular. All boats, every boat is different, and I will have this set up for you by tomorrow."
Appreciate you, sir. And he starts filling it out.
He looks
And,
towards Althera.
Thank you.
Is there anything you need?
Oh, right. Sorry. She politely hands him the food list. It's on some very fancy parchment, and is written in the equivalent of a black glitter pen.
He takes it and he blinks for a moment as he leans in a little to the paper, bringing it closer as he squints towards it and then kind of moves it in the light. Is there crushed
Please,
gemstones in here?
please tell
Crushed,
me. Please tell me
crushed
this.
mica, actually.
Please tell me the start of the list has a very big and fanciful letter, like
No, it doesn't.
like the from SpongeBob.
No, it's the equivalent of like Hello Kitty stationery or like really cute stationery.
Oh my god, yes.
It's like
So
actually I crushed up mica in a mortar and pestle and added it to my writing ink.
I see. It's
Mhm.
quite fancy.
But this should cover us for how many days do we need?
We're looking at possibly having a 2-week journey out to the north and then come back.
So 2 weeks to and back, or 2 weeks there, 2 weeks back.
A week there, a week back, basically.
Okay. She's like, about 2.5 weeks worth of food.
I'm trying to find the traveling because I see food and drinks individually. For 2 weeks. For how many? It would be for everyone there plus the crew.
Might be under expenses.
Expenses usually give me stuff like. So he's gonna ask you in particular, what are you looking for quality wise?
She'll look at him a little confused and go, good quality? Edible, preferably?
So a decent quality meal, nothing too exotic or too expensive.
Well, if you could throw in a few exotic meals, I think that would be fun.
All right, so this is meals per day.
1 or 2.
We could probably say comfortable meals if you're looking at the same list I am.
Yeah. So 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. What?
Exotic meals comes with dragon girls to eat off of.
Oh, I thought you were laughing at the fact that I suck at math.
It
I'll
doesn't
laugh at
say
that too.
exotic.
So
Oh, the other E word. The other word that it starts with the E and ends with the C.
it doesn't even start with an E, it starts with an A.
Exotic.
No, I thought you were looking at the list.
No.
Because there is literally a word that starts with an A and ends with a C. So he looks at you and goes, for 12 days for that many crew members for a comfortable meal per day, that would be
Not
about
12 days, it's 2.5 weeks.
Yeah, 2.5 weeks.
Sorry. 2.5 weeks.
17 days.
Men.
Yeah, let's
Yeah.
say 17 days.
So my math was wrong. Fucking hell. For 2.5 weeks, that many crew members, it'll run you 277 gold pieces. Which, Brooke, it would be covering the cost considering she is the captain, so whatever you spend, she will be reimbursing you.
Althera looks at Tyrus and she's like, I don't mean this in offense, but can the captain afford this bill?
Yes. Generally, she affords us a general sum for monthly expenses like this.
If you say so. Then she's gonna smile back at the foreman and be like, yes, that price works. And I guess hands him over the gold. How much was it again?
277.
Okay.
If you need to borrow some, Tyrus does have some.
No, I have plenty.
Wait,
Okay.
wouldn't they just send an invoice to the ship?
Uh,
It's usually payment on delivery, right?
yeah, they could.
I would say he tells you to pay half now, half upon delivery.
Well, I already subtracted the 277 from my
So we'll just say
gold,
you
so
are trusting.
yes, yeah. You know what, that works for Althera. She's like, no, here's the full payment up front. I trust you.
He blinks for a minute and goes, fancy paper and fancy ability to pay. All right then. And takes the gold and matches your list up with the supplies that they have and says, all right, we'll have that delivered as soon as we can. You said the Fate Chaser?
The Fate
Yes.
Chaser, yes. It's in dock, blah, 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 blah.
Blah, 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 blah. Got it. He writes this all down and goes, well, can I have a name for the captain or who will be taking the delivery?
Captain Brooke Tempest.
All right. Everything is settled here, and he hands you two pieces of paper that basically lets them know, like, yes, you order this. Yes, this is your supplies. If you don't have this, don't just hand it over.
Yeah, it's the receipt, or the invoice.
The fantasy receipts, yes.
Yes.
Hands them over to you and smiles. I hope you have a wonderful day.
Look, I made a fake purchase.
Tyrus, as you turn, you see someone walking down the street. Someone you recognize. You see it is a shorter tiefling. And you recognize this as the disguised Lo Thil.
Huh. That, And he's, like, looking at the tiefling.
You do remember that Thambrix had talked about if Lo Thil was to catch Lilith, it would be dangerous.
Yeah, let's go this way. And I'm going to start following.
She's gonna follow his gaze. She's like, is that someone you know?
Yes, someone we should have a discussion with.
Are you trying to be sneaky about
Why?
following Lo Thil, or are you just following?
Not necessarily sneaky. I'm assuming this is a crowded street, so if Lo Thil will is uh like keeping an eye over her shoulder, he knows that he's gonna be kind of difficult to spot.
Okay. So,
There's a raised eyebrow, and she's like, is it someone dangerous?
Potentially. That's why I want to have a discussion with them to make sure that certain individuals that we care about remain safe.
so
Okay.
as you are following, you see them start to turn down a alleyway, and they continue walking.
Yep, he's gonna take a step out and take a peek down the alleyway.
Seems that they're simply walking.
He's gonna call out, "Excuse me."
There's a lot of people running around, my good sir. I will roll perception to see if they hear you.
All right.
Nope. They don't think you're talking to them. They turn a corner.
Give me one second. What? You see what Tyrus has?
He has nothing.
Now hold on.
Out there, is there anything you'd like to do?
She's just keeping an eye out for this person and watching Tyrus. In all honesty, she thinks that this is one of Tyrus's exes, and she's like, swear to God, if this man gets me into some baby mama drama, I am going to scream.
Tyrus is going to cast Silent Image.
Alright.
And he is going to before Lo Thil, she notices a sign or a note that flutters across the or just a sheet of paper that she notices float across her face. It kind of like does a little loop and floats right past her.
Well, if it comes out of nowhere, Lo Thil swats at it, but seeing as it just goes through, her hand just goes through, she turns and watches it and just and looks down towards you.
Tyrus just gives her a smirk.
See her eyes narrow as she just like looks around and just kind of makes a gesture of what?
You got a moment.
They kind of look at the sky and they go, I do.
All right. By the way, this is one of my compatriots, and he looks over to Althera. Althera, this is Lo Thil, one of our other compatriots' recently garnered friends. I guess would be a proper term for it.
Are you going to stand all the way over there, or are you going to come closer?
I thought we walked over when she said, "Yeah, I have a minute."
I don't know. You guys we're still at the end of the alleyway, so I'm like,
well, I'm not in Foundry, so wherever I'm standing,
Skelly.
I thought we were moving.
But
you should be moving her over. You rude.
Yeah, Foundry makes my computer want to explode, so I hardly ever open it anymore.
Right, I need to help you out with that.
They meet you and they look down towards Althera. At the moment, their current look is in the embed chat, and they're roughly 5'6" at the moment. As they look down towards Althera and they hold their hand out.
Hot.
Hello.
Althera, takes her hand and gives like it a gentle kiss on her knuckles, as a lady does. And then curtsies and smiles and says, "A pleasure to meet you. I am Lady Althera Tiora."
You have a particular air about you. What did you want to talk? What did you want to talk with me about?
Wanted to talk about our mutual our mutual gangly little lanky friend that we have.
Is it something that we have to speak about in private?
If you want to talk about it in private, we certainly can.
Is this about anything that we discussed at the tavern?
I will keep it above board. How about that?
All right. What is it?
So, I hope you understand that our crossing of paths, whatever it is you and he are dealing with, I hope you understand that we are not looking to get in your way. I feel like we kind of got off on the wrong foot back there.
As long as you don't distract him from his current objective, I don't care if he says hi to you.
I highly doubt that any of us could distract him from his target, considering how bullheaded he is.
You would be surprised. He seemed that he was ready to just jump aboard and leave, wanting to pay back his little debts, but like I told you before, he can repay them back once he is done with what he promised us.
And that's fine. As I said, we don't plan to mix into affairs that we are not welcome in.
How long have you known him?
Well, we kind of met about maybe halfway into last year.
Hmm.
It was that long, right? Like halfway into last year.
I believe it was the equivalent for us would be November. We met
So
roughly basically 2 months.
about 2-3 months.
Can I ask you an honest opinion on him?
You certainly may, and I will definitely give it honestly.
For a ruler, how do you think he will be?
Without someone there to rein him in, I'd worry. But I know his heart is in the right place. He just needs someone to help him keep on focus.
So, he needs an advisor, or a wife, or a husband, someone level-headed.
I'd say all.
You see, like this look of I'm done. I just a frustrated look.
He means well, as I've said. He just can get a little distracted. So, as long as he has someone there to keep his focus, he should do fine.
Althera's gonna look at what's her name?
Lo Thil.
Lo Thil. And she's gonna reach into her bag of holding. It's like, excuse me, Bartholomew, could you yes, that's it. And then hold out an owlbear claw to Lo Thil. It's like, you look like you need a good pick me up.
She blinks at this and looks at the at this weird pastry you were holding out to her. Is that a owlbear's claw?
Yes, as a pastry. She has it wrapped up in like wax paper.
She looks at Tyrus like, is this an everyday occurrence before taking the owlbear claw?
He only gives her a warm, inviting smile.
Have you ever met Raquette beforehand?
Have I ever met who?
She's asking out there if she's ever met Thambrix.
Not before today, no.
What is your first opinion on him?
Pretty, but whiny.
She thinks for a moment as she's settling everything in and goes, Brooke Tempest is on board the ship, correct?
As far as we know.
Right. If you could arrange a meeting with her and me, that would be great.
Sure.
All right. I don't see why not.
So you know, and she looks at Tyrus, Thambrix has essentially made you Brooke Tempest and Orchid Sage Thorn his insurance.
Excuse me.
To join in with the. And she thinks for a word to use as they're out in public, and she goes, to join in with the rebellion. I was not going to just simply take his word. I was simply going to. I wasn't going to simply trust him, of all people, knowing who his family is. So I told him that he needed to give me the name of 3 people that he cared for the most in this world. And he gave me Tyrus Ashad, Brooke Tempest, and Orchid Sagethorn. If he fails in his mission, if he is using this as a way to boost his ability for the throne, then I hope you know that I will have to remove him from the picture along with the rest of his family. And then I am to follow your trail and find all of you and deliver the message that he is gone. Now, if you all decide that you are not okay with the fact that I have taken him out, why did I switch to? If you are not okay with the fact that I have taken him out, and you decide that you want to seek vengeance, I will have to take your heads as well. But this is merely a formality for me to let the people that he knows closest that he was actually a monster just using them.
Well, all right. So I hope you understand. While he may have listed us as people he cares about the most, I will offer you a little something. He takes a step forward and he's going to whisper something to her.
All right. Althera, you notice that when he takes a step forward, you can tell that she's on guard because she doesn't really know either of you. So you can see her hand tense on her great sword at her back. You see, like, she is ready to draw it at any moment if Tyrus was to pull anything.
Althera just grips the staff, her snake staff, a little tighter, and its eyes kind of have a faint flash of green, as if she's also warning her, try it.
Roll an intimidation.
Ooh. 26.
So Lo Thil looks to you as you're doing this, and she looks to the snake, and her eyes narrow towards the snake. It's not so much that I think she's unsettled by you, but by the snake.
Yeah, that's all I need.
As you back away from this, she looks to you, Tyrus, and just nods and goes, "Very well. As long as you know, I think it's best that I let you know that he has given me your names. That he has given me your names."
I will say this. If you do come after us, and you do bring danger to our crew and our family, and those that we care for, that we will come after you for. So please, if you do intend to find us, make sure that it is with good graces.
I will not harm any. I will not bring harm to any of your family. I know all too well the pain of losing family. The only thing I will bring to you is news of what has become of him, and that is all. As long as you don't try anything with me, I have no reason to try anything with you.
He gives a nod. Right.
She looks down towards Althera. Thank you for the. And she kind of holds up the bear claw.
Of course. Enjoy the rest of your day.
For the meeting, let's meet at the inn that you first met us tonight if we are to have the meeting.
All right. Also, how long have you been in dock?
We just docked today.
So you haven't seen the other the other brother running around.
He
The
has a
other
brother?
brother? Which one?
The oldest one. Apparently, one of the reasons why we stopped here was to check on him. Lumora told us that he was here working on his recovery.
Wait,
And
Lamora's here too?
no, she saw. According to her, she stops in from time to time to check in on him, as per her deal with Thambrix.
Is she sick? Or is he sick? You said recovery.
Physically, no. Mentally is another story.
Oh,
But they made a deal
that's unfortunate.
apparently, and he has since seen good signs. And we were supposed to check in on him, but we neglected to get his address, seen as that might cause him a bit of harm. He's supposed to be in disguise
Oh.
here under a fake name.
Well, if I catch
Do
one
we
of
have a
him or
fake
see
name?
him. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, Althera's testing if, like, she could give us the fake name.
The fake name that he is under. And she kind of like looks to the side like, I can't believe I'm saying this. The fake name he is under is Junaberry Mr. Apolopagus. Do not ask me. Do not ask. it it was Lumora. It's
Yeah,
very
both
colorful
eyes,
figure.
both eyebrows just raise up at that. It's like, huh. Yeah,
I
that
feel like
sounds
I
like
just
Lamora.
pronounced it wrong.
Althera gives like a stifled giggle. She's like, "What's? It's certainly eccentric."
It is that. We'll keep an eye out, and if we hear anything, we will bring it to your attention tonight or tomorrow. Oh, when should we meet? We, as mentioned, we just got to dock, so would
I
you like?
I have no idea why you are here, but
We only stopped for supplies and decided to come to shore for a bit and
Stretch
bumped
our
into
legs.
you. Yeah.
all right. Well, we will be in town for a few days. I am assuming that you have an ability to reach out to those that you need to.
I don't, but we do have a compatriot who does.
The ring.
No, not that.
Oh,
I'm assuming you're suggesting a way for us to keep a communication with you.
Yes.
Uh, real quick, Tyrus. I don't think Tyrus has message.
Althera does.
Double check. Oh, okay, then that's fine. Then yeah. Then yeah, he nods and goes, "Yeah, we have ways to communicate with those not present."
All right. Message me when at your earliest convenience.
He gives a nod. We'll keep an eye out for the brother, and as I said, and we'll let you know as soon as we spot him.
They nod and look towards Althea and offer a smile before giving a bow of their head and turning around to walk away.
Althera waves and goes, "It was wonderful to meet you."
As she's turning the corner, we're going to switch over scenes, but I will like to say that Tyrus, you have yet to figure out if she's a threat to Lilith. We're going to switch scenes now.
Yeah, he was having a hard time trying to figure a way to bring that in.
That could be a conversation for later. Where is the inn? Roadside Inn. All right. So as this is all going down, Brooke, Enka, and Gadri, along with Lilith in disguise, start making their way down towards the inn.
Making our way.
Making their way, walking fast. Brooke and Enka are leading because Gadri and Lilith have yet to be here. Lilith's looking around. Her eyes are in full tourist mode. me. There you go. And then we activate the scene. So Brooke's talking with Enka about the multitude of things they never got to freaking eat. Gadri and Lilith following along with them. Enka, is there anything? Enka and Gadri, is there anything you want to bring up?
Inga's gonna make a comment and go, okay, so I don't think we should be sitting by a window this time.
Brooke looks at her and goes, "Going to the back. That will be first priority. That will be first priority."
Gadri
So,
kind of Gadri kind of looks to Lilith and is all like, "Crazy day, huh?"
Lilith looks up at you and goes, "I've had worse."
True. He kind of nods a bit. He goes, "Same, you know. The carnival wasn't all that fun."
Getting hunted down by randos isn't all that fun.
I mean,
Oh, at least you
not
didn't
being
have to worry
hunted,
about
it
the
isn't too
meat
bad.
trees.
She blinks at meat trees before Gadri, you hear, "You two!" And Brooke stops and looks over as the waitress looks at both of them and goes, "Last time you and your little friends were in here, you caused quite a scene." Brooke kind of clears her throat. Ah, right. Did the tab bill get paid? We're putting it on the tall, lanky one who said he was covering it. Brooke nods, just like, well, this is embarrassing. She goes, "They made quite a stir in our tavern, and I hope that this isn't going to repeat, yes?" Brooke looks to Enka, like, "You think it's gonna repeat?"
Well, I mean, I see no tall, purple, lanky bastards here, do you?
"I see purple, and I see tall." They say, looking at you and then looking towards Lilith. And
Wait, isn't Lilith in disguise?
Oh yeah, Lilith's pink at the moment. She looks to you both and goes, "If it happens again, we can only warn you all so many times before we have to ban you from the tavern. Understand?
Oof,
We
definitely
run."
don't want that.
"No, we don't. This is a very nice family establishment. Me and my brother have been running this for years." Brooke smiles and says, "I assure you there will be. We will try to not have any fuckery. Could we sit in a room in the back?" And she goes, "By all means," and shows us to a table far in the back, shoving us in basically in the corner. And goes, "All right, what can I get you all started on?" "Well,"
Moving.
she looks to everyone, "what can I get you started on?"
Well, I never got to have that spicy dish from before.
"All right." And she starts writing it down. Brooke kind of goes, "I never got to try the local delicacies." And she nods again and goes, "All right." And looks to Gadri, looks at Gadri, and in between Gadri and Enka, and go, "I'm assuming I'm bringing out a lot?"
Gadri kind of nods and he goes, "Roasts if you got 'em. I'm feeling meat today."
At that mention, Lilith's eyes perk up. She's like, "Yes, lots and lots of meat. Lots of it." And she nods as she's writing it all down. "And is there anything else you want to drink besides the knee cracker?"
You know, I think I'll have some juice today.
Brooke kind of raises an eyebrow to her. And the waitress nods and goes, "All right." Looks towards Lilith, and Lilith's like, "What's knee cracker? Is it tasty?"
Knee cracker is for adults only.
You see her kind of make like a huff, and you see like purple specks come from her nostrils as she looks away. Fine, I don't have juice. As the waitress writes that down and looks towards Brooke, and Brooke essentially says, a form of alcohol that in particularly warms the body. In particular, warms the body. It's quite cold outside. And she nods, and she looks to Gadri. And you?
Let me see here. Sorry, I'm looking up like drinks.
Well, you could
Seeing if I can
ask.
find anything. Yeah, he kinda goes, what do you guys have?
She she looks at Gadri and reaches into her apron. She pulls out a list and she goes, "We have many different drinks. Let me grab my drinks list because I found the perfect website." Doo-doo-doo. She looks at you and goes, "Do you want alcoholic or do you want non-alcoholic?"
Alcoholic.
She nods. Well, we've got some Mandrake sangria. We have Devil's Blood whiskey, and Brooke kind of like shifts in place, like Devil's Blood. I see. We have a red draconic, a red draconic ale, a blue draconic ale, a green draconic ale, and a black draconic ale, a white draconic ale, and she just continues listing off different colors of dragons. The more she says this, and she leaves out purple, you see Lilith's ears just droop, like, God damn it. We have a cave breath
I'm
hard
just
whiskey.
gonna go, can you mix the red and the blue to make a purple draconic ale?
I mean, we could. It might be a little strong. We have a pixie cider. We have a vegan blood wine. We have a jungle juice. And she just kind of continues going on to a huge list. If you want, Gadri, you can even roll a D100 because this is a D100 table.
Oh, let's do that.
A random one.
All right.
57.
57. All right. A bovine wine.
Bovine wine.
First, that's what you get. Enka just looks at him like, really no.
Gadri kind of looks and he goes, "Hey, that's." It's funny because I'm just picturing Gadri actually just rolling dice to figure out which one he wanted.
So she nods and goes, one bovine wine. All right. I'll have that right out for all of you. If you were still here by the time I get it out. And she starts walking away.
Listen, I hope so.
Brooke just sighs and goes, well, does anyone know anything about night tags?
That's a good question. Would Enka know anything about night tags?
Everyone needs to roll. What do you think? What do you think, Matt? Survival or history?
No, that'd be nature.
Nature?
It'd be nature because they're I'm pretty sure that they're like a beast type. They live out in the woods and stuff like that. So.
Okay, then everyone would need to roll a. Oh, actually, wouldn't it be? They're a fiend. So wouldn't that
Still
be.
nature.
Nature, okay. So, everyone needs to roll nature to figure out if they know anything about night tags.
Nope.
Let's have Lilith roll.
Enka's too distracted by the fact that there's a drink named after her.
Not named after her.
Collectively, the only people who would really know much about night hags, and it's not a lot, is Brooke and Gadri. Lilith simply goes, I think I heard about them in stories. Brooke and Gadri exchange a look, and the only things they really know about them is they seem to be, considering their name is Night Hag, we can assume that they travel at night. We know they're not good, and we know that they tend to, from stories, like to corrupt heroes to bring them into selfishness and corruption and hate. turning love into obsession, kindness into hate, so on and so forth.
Oh. So we're using Tyrus as bait then, right?
Brooke blinks at this.
Out of everybody, he's the most heroic one. They're gonna love trying to corrupt him.
I don't know about that. Heroic? Maybe. If anything, I think the most pure of hearts that they would want to corrupt is Althera.
Oh, but she got to be bait last time.
Brooke actually laughs at them. She's like, God damn it. It wasn't on purpose that she was bait. It just kind of happened. Oddly enough, it kind of fits her. She has this air about her that seems desirable.
She's very damsel.
Yes, that is the perfect word. Gadri, are you keeping your eye out amongst the bar?
Oh yeah, Gadri is always on watch.
All right, then roll perception. Enka, if you're keeping an eye, roll perception.
Perception.
Yeah, Enka's got the alert feature.
Yeah, there's my first D1, my first natural one of the day.
Set the days. I'm tired of you.
Bird joined in to listen. I forgot to freaking put his name in there. The name will be in the in-bed chat. I believe that's how it's said. I don't know if I pronounced it right. But,
Junipers or Papadopoulos?
Yes.
Papadopoulos.
Yeah. As you both are looking around, you're focused. She comes out with the food. You lost focus. Instantly, she starts. You see, she actually comes up with a tray. Stops here, with like a small cart with all of the food and stuff that we have ordered, and starts placing it on the table. The food smells delicious. The drinks, Gadri, as you look at the one you have ordered, it is a very rich. It's a very rich cream color for a wine, but you can see it has little brown spots in it. Like every now and then, it looks like maybe some splashes of whiskey in there that mix well. Maybe a very like Kahlua coffee cream kind of color. And she looks at it and goes, in all honesty, I'm not gonna lie, I don't quite remember ordering this one, but it's fine. Seems drinkable. She places it down in front of you.
Gadri kind of pours himself a cup of it, and did she bring the bottle out, or did she bring a cup of it out?
Did you ask for a bottle or a cup?
I didn't ask for either, so.
She brings a cup because she's not assuming
Okay.
that you're just gonna drink a whole bottle of wine.
Okay. So he kind of raises the cup and goes, "Cheers." Glug, glug, glug.
It's definitely creamy. It's a bit on the sweet side, and it kind of makes you think of. It's weird because you know that this is a wine, but it's weird because it doesn't taste like a wine. There's definitely the presence of alcohol, but it's more keen to something like a chocolate milk coffee, like a mocha coffee. It definitely does not taste like wine. Any wine that you've had, at least.
Well, is it good?
Gadri kind of nods. He goes, "It's very much a dessert wine."
Well, you ever had cheap wine, so.
As she's placing the food down, Brooke kind of leans over to her and goes, this will be on the tall, lanky one's tab as well. And she nods, making a note of this. All right. And she kind of like gives Enka like a knowing look, like he's paying for this. He Brooke, their meals are all prepped, and as everyone begins to eat, there is roast, there's vegetables because you need the vegetables. There is some breads, and the meals are very delicious. It's quite fantastic to have a tavern style meal there. We haven't had one in a long time. Everything's always been home cooked. Um, Everything's always been home cooked by Althera and such. It's very much Althera seems to make meals that are very like, this is good for you to keep you going throughout the day. This seems more like a food you engorge on when your mom's not around to worry too much about calories and such. Gadri, as you're eating, you hear someone talking behind you. Before you hear mumbling behind you, before you hear a chair kind of scoot,
Scoot.
like scooting backwards.
Yeah.
Um,
Gadri does turn around and check.
you
'cause-
see a tiefling man. He seems very boring. There's like no serious features about him besides a familiar looking hat that Lilith is currently wearing. As they walk up and they go, Gadri? Brooke? Is that you?
Gadri kind of mid bite. He's like got the meat in his mouth as he like looks at them trying to remember.
Brooke kind of blinks and goes, who's asking? And they smile and they go, I haven't seen you in a while. I mean, we only met once, but I can't believe you. What are you doing here? Oh, right. And he kind of like looks around and goes, and kind of like leans close to us, not like understanding personal space. It seems like he gets like in between, um, gets in between both of us and just goes, "It's me. It's Selman from the ball. You saved my life."
Gadri kind of gives a nod in remembrance. And he goes, "Oh, yes."
Just flashback to the massacre he went on. I definitely
You know.
saved somebody's life that day.
I remember this. Yeah.
Brooke kind of like, Enka, you see Brooke looking forward as she's taking a drink, listening to him, and you just see like her have this oh god face.
I was like, are you about to jump out of another window? Can we at least finish the meal first this time?
He blinks at this and goes, "Another window? What?" And he kind of like stands up. He's like, "Sorry, And Brooke's like, "No, it's not you. It's No, he's fine. I just didn't expect to run into both of them here." As you see, Lilith is staring directly at him, her eyes unblinking. As she's like, it's not like she's frozen or anything. She's shoveling food still in her mouth as she's watching him intently.
Can Tyrus send something over the ring real quick, just to make it funny and properly timed?
I would say at this point, no, because this would be around the time that you and Althera are in the alleyway talking with Lo Thil.
Okay.
So, as he looks at them and he kind of slides over to this side of Gadri, he sits down and he kind of removes the hat and looks down towards all of you. A red tiefling there. He's like, I haven't seen you all since the ball. You two are new. Hi. I'm Solomon. And he kind of like whispers this. I'm Solomon Raketh. As you choke on your food and you spit it out, you spit it all over like I'm assuming you were looking at him, so it kind of hits him in the face. He's just like, that is not normally the response I get, but okay.
Chunks all over Brooke.
Oh man, there's a lot of you guys walking around, huh?
I'll put in the. I don't know why it's gonna send it as a spoiler, but I'll put in the embed what he looks like.
Max, where are you finding these really hot tieflings?
Just Google tiefling. I mean,
as he looks to Enka, he's just like, it's nice to meet you. And as he like wipes his face. So he looks to Enka and he goes, it's a pleasure to meet you. As he holds his hand out to you.
Shakes and goes, sorry for the spittle. I just wasn't expecting to hear that name here again.
Again? He kind of looks to Brooke. Were you talking about the ball, or were you talking about him?
And get this mumbles, man. I swear you guys are like fucking roaches.
Brooke kind of sighs and goes, he's in town. He hasn't spoken with you? And he goes, no, I haven't seen him since the incident. I've seen Lamora a lot. She's real helpful in remembering as much as I can. And he looks to Gadri and goes, sorry, last time we all saw each other, things were a bit messy. Gadri?
there we go. Sorry, say again.
I haven't seen you all since the ball. I'm sorry that we got off kind of on the wrong foot.
He Gadri kind of still kind of eating. He goes, well, at least the ball was entertaining.
You see him kind of nod a bit. He's like, that's one word for it. I don't remember much of it, but that is one word for it. What are you all doing here? Is he okay?
Gadri kind of looks to Brooke for a moment before looking back, and he goes, we're just here to we're on a supply run. We needed to grab some supplies for the ship.
How's the ship? Lumora took me on it to get over here, at least halfway. How's Ixel and Dilliu? Are they doing well? And Brooke nods and goes, they're doing very well.
Nixdal's doing great.
Gadri was all like, yeah, I was about to say, if you need info on Ixtal, ask that one over there. He like nudges towards Enka.
He looks towards Enka and goes, are you two an item?
Something like that.
Lilith goes, they're in love.
No, I wouldn't say that. You know, that's a strong word there.
He smiles and goes, young love, it's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. And you see him like almost wipe a tear away. He's like, and Brooke's like, I see the family resemblance. As he looks towards Lilith and goes, I don't think I met either of you two. I believe you said your name was Enka, and he looks towards Lilith. And what was your name? Lilith looks towards Enka like, do I?
Her name's Little Bit.
And you see her stare at you like, you monster. As she gives the fakest smile she can and goes, yep, they call me Little Bit. He just blinks and is interesting name. So it's good to see all of you. How's Thambrix? How's Thambrix? And Brooke kind of goes, he's around, and she sips her drink.
Man's all skin and bones. Looks like the wind could just blow him away. It probably should.
Here's hoping.
as we're all saying this, is this specific? This is when Tyrus can send the message. Is it for anyone in particular, or is it just out there?
No, it's gonna be for Brooke, since he knows Thambrix is in the area. Brooke gets a message on her ring that basically says, "By the way, keep an eye out. Thambrix's brother is out and about, so Lo Thil's also let us know about him."
Brooke blinks at this as she's just like looks towards Gadri, looks towards Enka, and just goes, "Who? Who the hell is that?"
You know Solomon?
She's not talking to you.
Oh, sorry.
She looks towards Gadri and Enka and says, "Who the hell is that? Lo Thil?"
Couldn't tell you.
Gadri kind of shakes his head and goes, "Not a clue."
Is he about to bring another stranger onto the boat again?
I've already told him that he's not allowed to bring people without permission. At least not people that should be concerned about. And she sends Tyrus a message. Found him.
Oh, okay. And when we get back, Tyrus can immediately do an about face and chase down Lo Thil once we get back to it.
And Brooke looks at him and goes, why don't you order a drink and tell us what you've been up to? It's nice to see that you're okay. Tell us about Lumois and the adventures that you had. And you see her kind of like a bit, essentially playing up the I'm being a gracious captain, a good host, a good bard, a smiling face as he goes, and you see kind of like a blush on his face. He's like, I don't know if you would want me to intrude. I mean, you were all having lunch. I'm sorry. And Brooke goes, no, it's fine. It'd be nice to hear a bit about how you have been. It's good to see
Oh,
you.
question. Do you know anything about night hags?
He blinks to you and he's like, night hags. He thinks for a moment and goes, I don't know anything about night hags. That was such a sad role.
Oh, well, bummer. Guess we're going in this blind, Captain.
And you see Brooke look towards Enka, and without breaking eye contact with Enka, starts drinking.
Wait, you said what?
Without looking away from Enka, she just starts drinking her drink, making complete eye contact with you, and that's where we're gonna switch over to the next scene. Scene.
But I was going to mention, if anyone would know anything about night hags, it probably would be Tyrus.
Or Althera.
Or Althera, actually, yeah.
We will see when things come up. Tyrus, you just finished getting off the phone with Brooke as you see Lo Thil has turned the corner.
Tyrus puts his flip phone away. Lo, he calls out.
I will make this open up the fucking character sheet.
And he will actually, like, call out, not like the half-ass one he did earlier.
I'll make
I think
this.
it's best if we leave her alone, don't you think?
She stops in her tracks and just kind of turns her head towards where they were.
You gotta ask her one thing before we go. He rushes up to catch up with her real fast.
Althera, do you follow?
Yeah.
Alright.
Tyrus rushes over. By By the way, you mentioned Solomon, right? Thambrix's brother.
We were
What?
supposed to be finding him.
What's your intentions with him, if I might ask?
To make sure he's all right. That's all Raquel wanted.
Okay. Well, I will pass this along to you to say that we have found him, apparently, while we were talking.
Blinks.
And he is apparently fine.
And she's gonna insight check you. Because that's coincidence as fuck, man.
Yeah.
Well, you're not lying, so she nods.
Meets it, beats it.
She nods and she goes, well, that is good to know. I will pass that along with Raquel when I see him again.
Yes. Sorry for trying to leave and then stop you. Just figured since you were interested and wanted to know, I would pass that along before we parted ways.
Trust me, Raquel does it enough that he will say that we need to get stuff done and then stop me and ask different questions. I've gotten pretty used to it now. Is there anything
Yeah,
else you want
makes
to
sense.
ask before I leave? To officially leave.
Not that I could think of. My apologies again. Please have yourself a wonderful day, and we will see you again soon.
She nods at you, looks down towards Althera.
Althera just blinks up at her.
She gives her a smirk before walking away.
Right, so...
Althera furrows her eyebrows and looks at Tyrus, and then looks back at Lilith and still is furrowing her eyebrows like, what? What? War?
Just looks to Althera and goes, so, shall we find some treats and stuff at the local grocery? See if we can find something interesting in the market.
I thought I already gave them my grocery shopping list.
Yes, but that's just for common, average, easy to travel stuff. Figured, why not try to see if we can find anything exotic to use for seasonings and whatnot.
Well, you are the expert here in Taldore, so lead the way.
Expert is a bit of a stretch, but you know, let's see what we can find. I might find something I recognize here. And he's gonna head off with her to a market.
All right. Roll an investigation check, you and Althera. Tyrus, you get advantage because you are from Taldore.
I would say Althera's in tourist mode right now. Wait, what am I supposed to roll?
Investigation. I believe you have advantage in investigation checks.
I do.
I'm gonna use a sorcery point to
22.
reroll to reroll that 6.
All right.
Well, it's better than the 6. 12.
Tyrus, as you are speaking with Althera, you are getting lost in thought because as you're walking through the market, it feels strange to be back in Taldore. As you're walking through the market, your mind kind of drifts to your family and how you, your mom, and your dad would walk through marketplaces, looking around and just having a wonderful family time. Your mind kind of drifts into that area. Althera, your senses are heightened. You are looking around. Your eyes are wide. You want to see everything. You want to try everything. It looks amazing.
Yeah.
The different amount of seasonings and baubles and stuff that are just everywhere in this little tourist shop is catching your eye every way you look.
Tyrus goes over, pays for a piece of fruit from one of the fruit vendors, and he actually gets 2, one for himself, one for Althera, and he brings her one and goes, I'll be honest, while this is not my hometown, this place does kind of bring back memories.
What fruit is this?
He picks it up and he looks at it and goes, this is a pear.
Oh, it's not like any pear I've seen.
A little more squash than usual, but you know, it's still very tasty.
Althea takes a big bite.
It's the
Like-
it has a combination flavor of like a kiwi and a Honeycrisp.
Ooh. Yeah, no, she like half of the pear is gone because she can unhinge her jaw a little. So in one bite, half of the pear is gone, and there's just her cheeks are puffed up. There's a little dribble of like juice. Like when you bite into like a really juicy fruit, and there's like a little dribble coming out of your mouth. And she just looks at Tyrus, and just her eyes are sparkling a little bit, and she just gives like a very enthusiastic nod.
Tyrus looks very impressed. His eyebrows are like raised up a bit as he just like, wow, that was something.
She chews and swallows, and she's like, "That's how I beat Ixtal at the owlbear claw eating contest."
Ah, that makes a lot more sense now. Yeah. And a little smarmy smile kind of forms on his lips as he recalls that conversation. And a slight little hint of red appears on his ear tips as he goes. So, about you and Ixtal, by the way. You guys seem pretty close.
Yes, well, as I've mentioned before, I was the kingdom's history keeper, and Ixtal is one of us. So I'm teaching them all the things they've missed.
Ah. So you're family.
No, 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 no. Ixtal is well, I hope they won't mind me saying this to you, although you have to promise to keep it a secret. Ixtal is part of the royal family, pre-calamity, and obviously has missed a lot. I am simply just a lady, one of the noble houses in the Pallid Grove. I'm not part of the royal family.
I'm gonna insight check that. She's talking way
I'm
too
gonna
much.
roll deception. Can I roll with advantage because this is a lie? She's practiced with her brother all the time.
No.
Uh,
Oh,
I'm going
come on.
I'm going
Yes!
to
Yes!
luck that.
Please stay below a 23. Please stay below a 23.
23 meets it, beats it.
Fuck you.
So,
I hate you.
Tyrus, what you're getting off of her is, as she says, that Ixtal is one of the royal family. That yes, that's true. As she says, I'm just a lady of one of the houses. I am not of the royal family. You get a itching feeling in the back of your head that that's not 100% true.
Yeah, he just like kind of gives a little slight raise of his eyebrow and he goes, you know, for someone who is a royal like that, you seem to be having. He seems to have a very protective nature of you. Are you certain?
As most royal family members have of their people.
Yes, but generally not enough to ask someone to watch out for you as if they were family. Are you sure?
Althera crosses her arms and is glaring up at Tyrus. Like, are you trying to insinuate something?
No, just wanted to make
Because if so,
conversation.
I would prefer you say it out loud and not dance around it.
He gives a small smirk at that and goes, all right, fine. If you are wanting to hide something from someone, such as that, if it is that, best probably to have a bit more practice before you start trying to use it on someone who's done that as a career.
Althera's face flushes a little red. It's more out of embarrassment and anger, and her cheeks puff out slightly, and she's like, well, frankly, Mr. Rashad, I don't see how it's any of your business.
It's not. I was mostly just curious, but considering I caught a little whiff of something there, you piqued my curiosity a bit more. But as you said, it is none of my business. So if you do not wish to delve into it, I will respect that.
Good. And she's gonna start munching on the pear again, angrily this time.
And Tyrus kind of calls out. I will
Whoa,
say,
that's what Tyrus says?
yeah.
Man, we knew Tyrus was a dog, but come on.
Right? Tyrus got that dog in him.
Tyrus, as you are about to speak, you do see a pack of dogs running around. They're just, they're chasing random kids, barking. The kids are laughing. My dogs are dumbasses. I'm sorry.
It's all good.
It was
Tyrus-
perfect timing.
Tyrus gives a chuckle as he walks with her, but as he says softly, "But I will say, you two have such striking eyes." And he takes a bite of his own pear.
Althera is gonna just keep her eyes forward. She's trying not to blush more. She's not used to getting complimented, and she's like, "Well, I agree. Duke Ixtal does have very, very lovely onyx eyes."
You both do. It's quite mesmerizing, actually.
Is there anything else you wanted to shop here?
I think that
just
is
gotta-
a appropriate time to switch seats.
he's
Yes.
basically just very light teasing as he's going through trying to find some exotic and fresh herbs for them to use for the ship.
So, with Althera's investigation check, her and you are able to find different stands with some local Taldorian delicacies, stuff like, the meat on a skewer seasoned with, what is it called?
Oh, that he picked up from Marquette.
So you do see different versions of said meat because, yes, it's from Marquette, but this is a port town.
Yeah.
Always trading goods.
I will say though that seasoning only mainly found in a menagerie of Marquette.
All right. So you walk through. You see Althera finds not only seasonings and different fruits and such from all around Exandria, but you also do find a couple trinket stalls. You see some people selling flowers, you see some people selling trinkets, and as you are all walking around, if there's anything in particular you want to look for, if there's anything you would like to buy, you can go ahead and DM me. I'm going to switch over to the roadside inn.
Yeah.
Enka, Gadri, Brooke, Solomon, and Lilith are sitting at the table. Solomon has been telling tales to all of you over the things him and Thambrix used to do before the great fields by their home where they would sneak out and such. The more he talks, the more Brooke is giving this smile that just kind of says, "I'm half listening." But she's looking towards him, smiling at him. Sometimes when she stares at him too long, he kind of looks away a bit awkwardly, You're definitely seeing the family resemblance now of him and Thambrix as he kind of has the blushy face if people stare at him too long.
Well,
Silence is
Silence.
deafening.
this has been a lovely time, but I think we should head back to the boat now.
Oh, right, he says as he stands up. It was wonderful to see all of you. Tell Ixal and Dilio I said hi.
Will do.
Also, if you could mention to Dilio that, and he kind of you see him kind of look to the side. He goes, "The game that we played, I would prefer if maybe next time he didn't sleight of hand those cards into my pocket." Ixtal was not very pleased. He thought I was cheating.
Didn't expect something like that from Dilu. But yeah, I'll let him know.
Well, when he's had a couple of drinks, he seems to be a little more mischievous.
Ah, well, he doesn't drink anymore.
That's good. That's good to hear. But yeah, say hi to them for me. It was lovely talking with all you. It was lovely meeting you. And he holds his hand out to Enka. It was lovely meeting you.
She shakes his hand politely.
He gives it a kiss as, the Raketh family household and such.
You can see her, like, physically shiver. Like, her fur stands on end a little bit.
She floofs.
Just like, ugh.
Does the same to Lilith, and Lilith kind of stares at him and goes, I don't see the resemblance. As she gets up and starts walking away, he blinks a bit confused and looks to Gadri and holds his hand out to Gadri. It's a pleasure to see you again.
He kind of reaches out, gives a shake, and goes.
He kisses your hand as well.
Gadri just kind of looks at him, and he goes, and just like kind of just shakes his head in a laugh type way, and just releases his hand and goes, "Stay safe out there."
As safe as I can, he says as he puts his hat on and looks to Brooke and holds his hand out. Brooke looks at him like, oh god. And she just offers a smile as she shakes his hand and he gives it a kiss as she is doing her best. I am such a charming person, kind of smile and goes, it was wonderful speaking to you again, Solomon. Maybe we can catch up some other time. Good luck with seeing your brother. He nods and goes, and good luck to you. I know that you two were close. And she goes, yes. Have a wonderful day. She stands up and starts walking out.
Wow.
As we make our way out into the street, Brooke looks to Gadri, Enka, and Lilith and goes, well, that was a thing. I didn't know he was also here.
I swear, they all just gonna start coming out of the woodwork.
Lilith looks up to Enka and goes, I mean, I'm right here, then Thambrix is right here. I feel like something bad might happen if we're all here.
Oh, girl, don't say that. Don't you read stories?
I don't read much, but my mom would read to me. But
Okay, we need to get you some books so you can know what things not to say.
she just looks at you and goes, I just feel like it's a bad omen.
Yeah, I know. You don't mention it. You don't bring attention to it, child. The universe is cruel, okay? There's just certain things you don't say, or they go ahead and make it happen.
She kind of puffs her cheeks out and goes, I want $1 million.
It's not how that works. It only works for the bad things.
It would be
A million
terrible.
deers fall on everyone.
It would be
Roll for initiative.
terrible to have $1 million.
If only that worked. I could really go for some venison right now.
She blinks and like tilts her head and goes, why? Isn't that what Lamora is?
I mean, I don't really know Lamora like that. Is she a deer?
Brooke kind of chuckles and goes, yes, she's a furble. A deer furble. She's about, your height, but not as built.
Well, I mean, I still occasionally eat beef, so.
You see Brooke kind of like ponder this. And she looks towards Gadri like, bruh, the fuck. As you see her very much wiping her hand where it was kissed.
Do they
So-
all do that? Is that just like a family trait or something?
It's a royal thing. Thambrix said that it was a thing. I don't think he has much experience being a normal person. Normal everyday person.
Noble etiquette. So stuffy. I'm glad Ixtal doesn't have to deal with that.
I don't know. Ixtal seems to have royal tendencies as well. Wait. And you see her
Other
like
stuff, too.
pause. He has royal tendencies, but he's not royalty. She kind of like looks to Enka. Are they?
Uh-uh.
I
Insight check.
would say, wait, no, Enka would know because Althera,
Yeah.
a few
Althera
sessions
did
ago,
spoil it.
yeah, Althera did refer to Ixtal as Duke Ixtal.
Enka.
Seriously, why are you so mean to me today?
You see Brooke's eyebrows knit together. She's like,
just shrugs and says, I don't know, just refuses to look at her.
how many royal?
I don't know anything.
How many?
Not my place to say.
First Ixtal, first Thambrix, and then Ixtal, and then we have Lilith, and you see her just going, "Oh my god."
Look, if it makes you feel any better, Ixtal hasn't done royal shit since he was trapped in that carnival. Since they were trapped in the carnival, I'm pretty sure they don't even count anymore.
So looks at Gadri. Are you going to suddenly tell me that you're some kind of royal prince?
Gadri laughs hard at this.
Enka just looks at him and is like, I hope not. We're just supposed to be orphans together, man.
Gadri kind of goes, if I'm a prince, then that would make you a queen, he says to Brooke.
Brooke blinks at this and goes, "My mom ran a fruit stand. Nice try, but we don't know what your parentage was, and just for your information, no, not a queen. A right hand, but not a queen."
Watch Tyrus be the only one that's not a royal blood.
Doesn't have secret royal blood.
As Brooke looks around and goes, "Let's head to the market. Let's see what we can find here. See if we can find
Alright.
anyone who's knows about these hags." As we all start heading to the market, Gadri, you're still kind of chuckling, and you feel kind of like a weird sensation on the back of your neck as you're walking. Still thinking about the question Brooke asked. As we make our way to the market.
Make a movie.
See. Go to the market scene. Althera doesn't need to roll because they have a high ass perception.
Her 18 pp.
Yeah, her 18 pp.
Such a mess of pee.
So Tyrus roll perception.
Is this involving anything dangerous?
No,
Okay.
kind of, maybe.
Okay, then I will.
Depending
Well,
on
no.
depending.
You won't know.
Oh, I don't need it.
I'm just
Yo,
saying,
Give me back
depending.
my luck.
No. Fuck
Depending
off.
on how well you perceive these friends of yours. Are they dangerous to you?
Wait, friends of mine, what?
They're leaving the tavern.
To
Dummy.
head to the marketplace. Out there, you
We're
see
meeting
them
in the middle.
instantly.
Okay.
Tyrus, you see them as well. You see your group of friends walking and talking.
Okay, I thought when you were saying this group of friends of yours, and I was thinking, is Mags over here about to drop some childhood friends that he hasn't seen in some time?
Nah.
Hey,
Oh,
Rashad!
Just the normal
there's a-
dumbasses.
Althera's gonna run over to Ixtal. Or no, Ixtal's not with them. Damn it.
Tyrus.
Then you know what? She's gonna run over to Enka and Brooke excitedly. Like, Captain Enka, you would not believe what I just did. I ate half of a piece of fruit that was this big. Half of it in one bite.
Brooke blinks at this and goes. He kind of like looks towards Enka and just looks to Althera and goes. So what you're telling me is you're quite popular.
Pardon?
You can say that.
And she just kind of blinks and she's like, "No, actually, I'm not." At least back in the kingdom.
If you do
Oh, we're
that
not in
in
the kingdom anymore.
if you do something like that in the kingdom, I am sure you will become very popular. She's trying not to laugh.
Althera does the frog blink. Just the
Yeah.
And she just kind of shakes her head and she's like, "So, Lilith, how are you enjoying your time? Are you prepping for those night hags?"
I met my other brother.
Yeah.
What? Oh, that's right. And then she's gesturing Tyrus to come over, like, "Tyrus, tell them what we know."
Tyrus is already there because he also spotted them. Yeah, Tyrus kind of gives a nod and goes, "So, you remember that friend that our lanky friend was with at the
No.
bar?"
Oh.
Brooke kind of blinks and just goes, "No, my eyes were kind of focused on him."
We're too busy
Right.
running away.
Right. You were busy
I was
running out
halfway out the window.
Right. So, our friend Thambrix has a friend of theirs that is apparently running some kind of how did I say this? You know how when we first got on the ship and you decided to do something about 3 earrings?
A mutiny?
Something like that. Less mutiny's a strong word.
For them
A
or for
revolution?
me?
Althera
For
Althera
that.
looks at him and she's like, "Allow me." She's trying to keep tabs on all of the royal siblings. And if I'm remembering correctly, I was a little distracted. She was very pretty.
She was.
She is looking to have Thambrix take place as king? Or was it
Ooh.
Juniper Pompanopompicus that's supposed to be king?
Tyrus kind of gives a chuckle at that.
Brooke
We can just call him
blinks.
Solomon.
Okay. So does she want Thambrix to be king or Solomon to be king? I can't quite remember.
Seems like that's up in the air. I don't think they're looking for king, much more like some sort of lord to watch over the household. But yes, when I
Lilith, what are you
mentioned
doing?
that we should keep certain individuals protected, that's essentially what I meant. They don't seem to be a danger to us, but yeah, they seem to be running some kind of revolution against the Recaths.
Oh yes, that.
As we're
They
all
want
talking,
to overthrow the. Oh, sorry.
as we're all talking, everyone can see that Lilith is walking away to some random stand.
Althera's following her instantly. She's in big sister mode.
No,
She's like,
no, no. You guys are all talking, and Gadri's barely paying attention, so he's following Lilith.
So Althera and Gadri are following Lilith.
You just
Althera
stop
stops
talking
mid-sentence
and
and then... Yeah, no, mid-sentence and just starts walking.
Brooke just blinks.
Just like, oh, no, blah, blah, Solomon. Oh, wait, what?
Oh, by the way,
Oh, right there, freedom fighter. He's like,
yeah,
Instantly squirrel. Walk away. Lilith.
yeah, we're just so basically we're just trying to keep some of that under wraps, but figured you should know. Also, we do have the supplies set to come to the ship probably this evening, if not tomorrow.
That's good to hear. The quicker we are in and out of here, the better. I
Right.
need to talk with Althea at some point about these night
Okay.
tags.
Night hags.
Yes.
What would Tyrus know about night hags?
Roll a nature.
Luck.
Okay. I kind of figured. That's why I was waiting for
I
one.
hope it's even worse.
Magical guidance.
Okay.
You know what, Tyrus doesn't know shit about night hags.
Ah!
It got
Of
worse.
all the stories
Nothing.
that Tyrus has read, he's never read anything about night hags. Are you serious?
He's probably read like a children's book about a night hag, like a Wicked Witch in Hansel and Gretel kind of thing.
So, Tyrus,
Hmm.
as you stand there and you ponder, what do you know about night hags? You're like thinking, and then you feel someone shove you from behind. As you see kids running past you, like a cat chasing after them in a very playful manner, and the kids are like laughing and one of them looks towards you and they're like, sorry, and they start taking off running again.
Tyrus just, as he, regains his footing very quickly, looks over to him, kind of gives a little chuckle and a smile and a wave. Before he looks back to
Happy
Brooke.
town. Hey, quick, check your pockets.
Right?
Yeah, I check my pockets.
Roll investigation.
Oh my god, did he get pickpocketed? Please tell
13.
me you got pickpocketed. Please tell me one of the kids stole his wallet.
Okay. Tyrus, as you're like patting your pockets, like, okay. You notice that your dice set is missing.
Hey!
Oh, happy
Tyrus
town.
is going to, which way did they go?
They start heading this way.
Wall of Force.
Wall of
I
Force
wonder
on
what Ixtal,
children.
Dilyu, and Unicorse are doing right now.
Off of some process somewhere, we just start hearing.
Roll dexterity. Roll dexterity. Because this is to see if you can essentially wall of force before the kids turn the corner. Alright?
Yes.
As you... I'm so tempted to just have Brooke fucking...
Count the spell.
As you wall of force, and you see the... Well, you see, but no one else sees. You can see the shimmer from your magic come in front. You see the kids run into the wall. One of them ducks, climbs over a crate and takes off running. The other one splits, and then you just see the kid, one of the kids sitting on the ground holding their nose, like ow, as the cat stands next to them.
Tyrus
And
kind of walks over to him.
the kids holding their nose, and they're just like, "It hurt." Ow.
Well, I apologize, but sometimes you just should pick your targets a little easier. Can I have my dice back, please?
They look up to you confused.
Your what?
My dice back.
Oh
They
my
look
god.
They look
And
at
he
you
holds his hand out to the
confused.
kid.
I don't have them.
Tyrus just hustling this poor child.
And who would?
They like, you see them kind of like thinking for a moment. They're like, maybe one of the other kids. I didn't do it.
Alright, well, why don't you lead me to him?
Oh, quick, can I check the floor to see if it just fell and he didn't notice?
Right?
Roll investigation to see for that. As you're saying this, the kid like looks around like, one went that way, one went that way. What do you want from me?
This poor kid.
No, there's none on the ground. Brooke's going to actually roll for a second for not investigation, but for perception. Okay, so Brooke walks over and she kind of taps Tyrus on the shoulder
Look
as
over
the
Brooke.
kids standing up, rubbing their nose, and she just goes, "Tyrus, does that cat seem strange to you?"
Glances over towards the cat.
The little black cat looks up to you, and you see them blink, but their eyes don't blink normally. They blink the other way.
Is it a displacer cat?
Kind of kneels down to the cat.
It gets in a defensive state and starts hissing at you.
Did you take my dice? And he's going to reach into a pouch and take out some of the jerky he has and offer it to the cat.
The cat looks to you and growls.
I'm not angry.
It's gonna take off running.
Runs right into the wall.
Nope, you put the wall of force here.
I didn't say where I put it.
Where did you put it? Because the kids were running down this alleyway.
Like that.
Okay, they go under the cart. They're a cat. And the kid looks over and goes, "You chased them off." They kind of like sniff their nose. They're like, "Ah. If
They're
it's
just
broken,
nice.
my dad's gonna be very mad."
You're just nice. You're just nice. It's fine. Kind of stands back up and looks at the kid. Sorry about that, kiddo. And he kind of drops the wall of force. But,
Like puffs his chest out like, I'm going to fight you, old man.
Please tell me he calls Tyrus old man. Please tell me.
Tyrus
Looks
just
up
gives a
at you and
chuckle.
goes, that hurt, old man. I should tell my dad. And you see
Oh,
he's just like,
I'm sorry.
nervous look.
Well, I'm sorry for hurting you. My intention was not to hurt you, just to stop you and your friends.
Have you ever heard of Hey Stop?
I did say hey,
Ah.
and you guys kept running.
Did you ever hear of saying it louder? You see him like give you the kid's puffy cheeks.
I'll tell you what. Whoever took my dice, they can have them. But for you, considering I unintentionally harmed you, he pulls out a silver, and he offers it to the kid. Why don't you get yourself something sweet to help with that pain? My treat.
Here's the
looks-
silver. Go fix your your nose I broke.
The kid looks up at Tyrus and just goes, yeah, compensation. They said as they take it and start running. Like, goddamn, this fucking old man.
Tyrus just
Wall of force.
runs away. I thought you dropped it.
Brooke looks towards Tyrus and places a hand on his shoulder. We'll get you some new dice. That cat, though.
Yeah, that was a very weird cat.
It was definitely something.
What
She
do you
turns
notice about
and-
that cat, by the way?
It didn't look like a normal cat.
No, it didn't.
You done harassing the children now?
I mean, they took a unique one of a kind dice that I got from a Lord of Marquette.
Brooke just looks at Tyrus and goes, well, if we ever see that cat again, we'll interrogate it next.
And interrogate a cat?
You know, I'm sure Fate would love to have a little friend.
Speak with animals is a thing.
And as soon as he finishes saying that, Fate appears right next to him.
She just looks down at him and goes, looks down at her and goes, oh, right on time.
Fate
Speaking of
just,
the devil and all that.
Fate just, happy panting as the tail wags behind her. Tyrus just gives her a ruffle between the ears.
As this is happening, Althera, you walk over with Gadri and Lilith. Lilith is looking at a shop. She's like kneeling down, looking at the many different little trinkets and baubles that they have.
Anything strike your fancy, Lilith?
She shakes her head and goes, "Not for me. Think I might get something for Delia and Ixtal."
Oh, that's a lovely idea.
She looks up at you
I
and
think I'll
gives you a
love it.
smile. Yeah, Ixtal. They like the weird things. The
They
ugly
do.
things. She kind
well-
of like
well,
scrunches her
you-
nose.
Althera gives a chuckle. She's like, well, while you shop, I'm going to steal Gadri away for just a second.
When you say the word steal, you see her ears perk up, but when you say like steal Gadri away, you see her ears dropping up.
She clocks this and she's like, and she just hands Lilith a few gold. She's like, here, use this instead of what you're thinking of doing.
I was thinking about using the 30 gold Brooke gave me. But I'll take
Oh.
this. And she takes the coin from your hand, pockets it.
Well, now you have 35 gold.
Nice.
And she looks at Gadri and again takes him by the arm, very ladylike, is like looping her arm with his, and she's like, do you mind if I borrow you away for a second?
Gadri kind of moves away. Not really far, but like
Oh no, like it's
Yeah,
where
within
they
ear.
where they can like
yeah.
speak lowly but still keep an eye on Lilith.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, Althera didn't want to take him like away. They are keeping their eyes on Lilith. They're babysitting.
They're
They're
parent
all
mode
the
right
way a
now.
mile away over here.
Right? No, they're in parent mode. Lilith is within arm's reach, eyesight, or eye shot and earshot. But no, she looks at Gadri and she's like, this is gonna sound really, really weird. But I was wondering if you had any soul chips. I believe you got them after fighting with the dealer, correct?
Gadri blinks in a very.
And she's speaking in a hushed tone.
Don't remember if Gadri has the chips or not.
He does.
He does.
He does.
Okay. Does he know what they are?
No clue. You picked them up, you pocketed them, and you just kind of didn't think about them.
Gadri's all like, I don't have any soul chips.
Althera, you know that they did look like poker chips.
Poker chips. Sorry, do you have any poker chips from the dealer?
He kind of thinks a little bit, and it's very obvious that he doesn't remember if he has them, because it was just such a mundane thing to him. But he goes,
I was like, can you just check your bag, please?
he kind of nods a bit, and he opens his bag, and he starts pulling out things, and
There's like an anvil in there.
anvil, thunk, 5-course dining set, thunk.
A little weasel pops out and runs away.
That's where that weasel went.
You hear in the distance, I'm
Cat climbs out of it.
Chases after the weasel.
Chases after the weasel.
Althera's looking at Gadri. She's like, do you have a bag of holding as well?
He goes, no. And he just like opens it up just so that she could see. It's literally just a normal bag.
How
And
did you?
he pulls out the poker chips and he goes, are these them?
Yes, perfect. And she just grabs one and she's like, oh my goodness, it really is a soul chip. See here, and she's like, very autistically just like informing Gadri of like every little detail she knows about these soul chips.
And
Very much
Gadri is
info
just
dumping.
nodding along. He's just nodding along, just
And like mid ramble, she's like, "Do you think there's a difference between their potency or their abilities between the copper, silver, and gold ones?"
Gadri goes, I don't know. I thought they were just normal poker chips.
By the way, I put them in your inventory, Althera.
Thank you. Oh no! These are soul chips. So when Tyrus lost his soul, he was in one of these. Hypothetically, I could put your soul in here, but I won't do that. I honestly don't know how. I just know it's possible.
He kind of nods a bit. He kind of goes, well, if you know what they are and you know what they're for, you can have them. I don't have a need for them. He kind
She
of
has like
nods.
really big sparkly eyes.
He nods a bit and he goes, yeah, I literally have no clue what they're for, so if you know what they're for, you can have them.
She plops them into her bag of holding, and she's blushing a little bit. She's like, "Well, I've never had a knight give me a gift before. This is exciting. Thank you."
He chuckles and does his best little knightly bow flourish, and he goes,
Oh.
it's a shame. More knights should give gifts to princesses before moving back to stand by Lilith.
There freezes for a second. She's like, "I'm sorry. What did you mean by that?"
What do you think about this? Lilith holds up it looks like a marble. It's a pretty decently sized marble, but inside you can see what looks like a rat skull inside.
Is that a rodent skull in there?
Yeah.
I think it'd be perfect for Ixtal.
He nods and he goes, I totally agree. That is very, very interesting.
Hmm. She stands up looking at it, and you see her holding a other small bag, and she's like, "Okay, I'm gonna get this for Ixal and this for Dilliu." She pays the lady and looks towards them and goes, "How do you think they're doing?"
Oh, I'm sure they're fine. Dilju must be glad to get off the ship now and again and actually stretch his legs. And I know Ixtal's never one to shy away from shopping.
Nah,
Dilly stretching his legs all right.
nah. Ixal had Dilliu get taken by unicorns off the ship. He was kicking and screaming the whole time. It was hilarious.
Oh, well, maybe he's having fun now?
Maybe. Ixal said something about getting laid. Whatever that means.
Oh,
She says as she looks around and goes, "Let's go over there," and starts walking.
Althera follows, and she's still asking Gadric, what did you mean by princess?
Gadri kind of Gadri kind of laughs a little bit and he goes, well, I mean, you're pretty as a princess. And it's very obvious that he meant it in like a joking knight princess type of way
Told you.
to follow up on her on her calling him a knight.
Althera just kind of blinks. She's like, you think I'm pretty?
He kind of nods a little bit and he goes, of course. What kind of a fool wouldn't?
You'd be surprised.
Glanced
And she
back
kind of
at
gives
Tyrus.
I say she gives a little bit of a nervous chuckle. But she just, smiles and walks a bit closer to Gadri. She's like, ooh, the handsome knight thinks I'm pretty.
So, since Tyrus is having a conversation with Enka and Brooke, does Tyrus clock Brooke giving Althera a look if she is?
I will roll for perception to see if Brooke even notices, because they were talking about something.
Yeah, but someone's encroaching on her. Does Enka notice that someone's encroaching on her ship? Wait, can Enka roll perception?
I was actually going to use passives if you were going to do that, which Brooke has a 15 and Enka has a 12.
I think that'd be funny if Enka's the one that clocked. That clocked is like, oh no, not on my watch.
Well, Brooke
Holy
has
water
been
forever.
Brooke notices it, gets jealous. Enka notices Brooke get jealous, and then turns around to see what's happening, and it's just like, oh no.
as you two are walking away, and Brooke, Tyrus, and Enka are talking. The reason Brooke rolls perception is because she is actively trying to keep an eye on her team.
Gotcha.
She's not passively like doing anything. She noticed Lilith. She noticed where they were heading, and now they're moving again. As Brooke looks over, Enka, you do see her hair start to turn a little green as she kind of like takes a breath and goes, "All right, I'm going to go look at some of the sands."
All right. I'm gonna go hit the post office real quick while we're here.
Are you writing to your mom?
Yes, I already have it ready. I just needed to have the opportunity to make it to land.
Before you do you want to get her a gift?
That is actually a wonderful idea.
All right. They say as we all start. I guess is Enka following them, or is Enka gonna go talk with the others?
Come with us, Enka.
I'm trying
Which
to decide.
group do you want to cock
Yeah,
block?
it's
Do you
like,
want to
which
cock
one
block?
do I have? Like, which one? Gotta do that? Gotta do this one?
I mean, you could
I gotta
call
cock
out
block.
to us.
I gotta cock block Tyrus.
They're not really
so.
doing anything important. They're just kind of
They're really
wandering a
not.
bit.
They're just walking.
I know, but I need it because Brooke needs the jealousy to push her along in her relationship.
She needs the motivation.
So I
The
can't
fire
have
under.
Tyrus trying to sweep in and get in there. Nah.
So they are heading this way. We head over to the sand where the trinkets are, And Brooke's looking at the trinkets with Tyrus as she kind of like is fiddling with some of them. She goes, "Apologies, I'm not going to be much help. I don't know really what
That's
mom's
quite all right.
like."
It's quite all right. Well, it's less about moms and more just the individual woman. My mom, she, as you know, is a bookkeeper. She fancies stories a lot. So, and he looks at the trinket vendor and goes, "Would you happen to have a book section?"
They blink and they go, "I don't have a book section. This is where you can get trinkets and stuff, but I do have some bookmarks, if that strikes your fancy."
Ooh, a bookmark would be good. I'll fit in with the letter, and she can use it all her books instead of just the one book.
No, thank you. I would like to find a book for my mom.
Well, they think for a moment. They go, "What kind of books does your mom like?"
She enjoys a bit of a mix of fantasy, mix of nonfiction. Mostly stuff that talks about the wider world.
You see them ponder for a moment. They go, "A couple stalls down that way should be a stall with a couple different books, of variety. They might be able to look what what you're looking for, though. Be careful. Make sure you check inside those books. Some of them aren't exactly written in common."
Appreciate your advice, and he offers the vendor 3 silver as the tip. Good night.
Excuse me. Sorry.
They'll
That was
never turn
muted.
that down as they take it and smile. "Hope you have a good day, and I hope you find what you're looking for."
Appreciate you. And he's gonna go with Brooke to pick out a book for his mom, and then go send that with the 10 gold to the post office.
As you start heading your way over to the book stand, you notice that Brooke is not following.
As we go over, he's gonna say, by the way, Brooke, Brooke. He stops, looks back to her.
You see that she's kneeling down, looking at some of the trinkets as she's trying to figure out which one she wants to get.
Pauses and goes back to her and kind of kneels down with her. Anything that catches your fancy?
Do you want to try getting your mom a trinket?
When Enka says that Brooke's hair kind of goes a bit into like a deeper purplish blue, as she stands up, she's like, "No, I was just looking. Let's go." She
Are you sure?
says, walking.
All right. And so as they walk, he kind of shoulders up with Brooke and goes, "By the way, I know I promised next time we make it to shore, but not present company having been met." Blech, words.
What are they?
Indeed. Common is hard, folks. Tyrus goes, "Well, our prior companion being in the area, I feel might not be appropriate for us to have our dates. So,
Sorry, say what now?
would you be all right if we try the next town, or do you want to stick to this one?"
Brooke kind of thinks for a moment and goes, "Well, I think I'd rather stick to where we are, in a place where we're not going to run into him." Enka, you're watching this exchange in the back.
They're just like, what's this? You're going on a date without me, Brookie? How could you?
Brooke blinks and looks up towards Enka. "I mean, it's not really a date. It's more if he owes me a meal, because I helped him get his soul back."
And I am calling it a date because I would like to get to know Brooke a bit more.
I mean, I think you know her quite well.
Not in all aspects. She's a fascinating creature that I would love to know more about.
Just Angus just like glaring at him like, I
Brooke's-
can't believe you just said that cheesy ass shit.
That's right, bitch. What are you gonna do about it?
as
They
you
all they they say completely in just eyesight language only.
You see Brooke kind of like look at between Tyrus, look between Enka, look between Tyrus again. She just goes, Fate, how about you walk me to the sand? I think these two need to talk. She says as she like moves a little faster with Fate.
Fate just perks up and immediately follows as, hey, you said my name. Attention.
It's like, yeah, Tyrus, we do need to talk.
And Tyrus blinks as he looks to Enka and goes, is there an issue?
She puts her arm around his shoulder, leads him to the alley right here. Totally looks like he's about to be mugged.
Yeah, I was about to say never hears from him again.
As you two are doing that, Althera, you, Gadri, and Lilith are walking. You have a high enough perception to see that Tyrus and Enka are going there, and Brooke and Fate are going another way. And you do have a high enough perception to know that Brooke is actively avoiding looking towards you guys.
Althera looks confused and she's like, I think I'm gonna go spend some time with the captain. Is that alright with you two?
Lilith looks over and goes, so, it's just me and him? She looks up at Gadri.
If that's alright, I can stay if you want.
Maybe I can give him some pointers on how to dance better.
I think that is a splendid idea. The last time I saw him do the Cabbage Patch in the sprinkler, I felt like my eyes were atrophying.
I got secondhand embarrassment now. That's some psychic damage, man.
Gadget kind of laughs at all this.
It's funny too because Althera has also seen Tyrus do the Cabbage Patch and the sprinkler.
Yeah, that's why her eyes were atrophying, because she already saw Tyrus do it and she was trying to recover from the cringe.
Oh my god, that's what happened. They met in the
Gadget
middle
do
of
it.
the middle of the dance floor and just started doing the sprinkler before walking away.
Yeah. But no, she gives Lilith a little pat on the shoulder, and then to Gadri, and then hiking up her skirts a little bit, because you don't want to dirty your skirts on the streets, so to keep them clean. With one hand, and then with the other, she's like waving to Brooke. She's like, Captain, wait for me. And she's gonna run over.
Gadri,
Brooke runs faster.
Gadri, you have been left alone with the child.
I have the child. Da 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 da.
They look up to you and go,
Plus
So
one
we're-
child achieved.
so what are you in the market for?
Gadget kind of chuckles a little bit and he goes, there's nothing really I want.
She kind of knits her eyes together and goes, You don't like many things, do you? Or you were never allowed many things. Which one was it?
Damn.
I was
Not
allowed.
Gadget getting.
Yeah.
Not
He
Gadget
go-
getting clocked by a 14-year-old.
Yeah, I was about to
goes-
say, she read you like a fucking book, bro.
He goes, I was allowed things, I could just never afford things.
Do you have that problem now?
He shakes his head a little bit. He goes, no, but.
Well,
this
now
place-
it's time to buy things. She grabs his arm.
Ah!
The first and only time anyone would ever hear Gadri shriek.
Now it's time to buy things. I mean, if you've never really had things, you haven't had the money to buy things, now is the time. Things are nice.
He laughs a little bit and he goes, I pretty much have everything I need, though.
Just because you have everything you need doesn't mean that there's not something that you want. There's a difference.
He nods a little bit and he goes, yeah, but there's precious few things that I want, and some of the things that I want aren't worth money, you know?
She kind of like blinks at you and goes, whatever it is you want, if it's not worth money, what is it worth?
Kind of thinks a little bit and he goes,
Is it worth gems?
it's worth everything.
That's expensive.
He goes, yeah, but it'll be worth it.
Do you lose anything?
He kind of gives a laugh and he goes, "That man, I hope not."
Sounds risky, she says, and she looks around. She goes, I think buying things with money's a little less riskier.
He nods and he goes, "Yeah, it is pretty risky, but you know, some things are worth it." He says as he like kind of looks over the trinkets and baubles, non-caringly.
Well, we are going to get you some things because you are a minimalist, and I think things are necessary in life. And she starts digging through the items. Let's see. As we switch over to Enka, what you're going to talk about with Tyrus, do you think it would cause any kind of disruption?
Like draw attention?
Yeah.
No.
Then we'll go with them first.
Tyrus yelling in the alleyway.
Save me! As
It's
Enka
crazy,
drags him by
bad ball!
Oh, you don't want to say that.
No.
All right.
Bad effort.
yeah.
Bad effort.
You get dragged. You get dragged into the alleyway, Tyrus, by Enka.
Tyrus is kind of, okay, I guess we're over here now.
You know, to get there, she lets you go, but is obviously blocking your exit back to the street.
What's going on?
Listen, I've been wanting to talk to you since the fiasco on the boat ended, but I didn't really get a chance to get you alone till now.
Actually, I've been meaning to catch up with you as well. I know I've said my thank you before, but if I may, I did want to extend my appreciation once more to your assistance on the boat with my dream.
Yeah, don't worry about it. I got to use my hammer again after a while. It was nice.
I'm sure it was therapeutic in some way, so thank you. You have made my nights much more peaceful.
Yep, I'm about to give you much more to think about.
Oh?
Listen, I get where you were coming from, bringing Thambrix on the boat and all, but you need to understand just how stupid of an act that was.
Well, it's like I told Brooke, if
I'm not done talking.
all right.
Okay? Just because he's your friend doesn't mean you can just bring such danger to our group, to our home, to our base of operations. Okay? Considering the amount of danger he expressed there was in finding her, you should not have brought him directly to her like that. I get you wanted to help out your friend, but that was stupid and dangerous, and you were not thinking, especially after making us all panic by saying suddenly that there was someone looking for her. What you should have done, and which I hope you will do from now on, is contact Brooke and set up an actual proper meeting time so that something like this doesn't happen again, okay?
Mm-hmm. May I
I
speak
mean
now?
it, Tyrus. What you did was so stupid.
Well, considering the situation, for one, he knew something was up and he was going to make it onto that ship no matter what. I was going to make sure at the very least, because I know him enough to know that if he was not going to be escorted on that ship in some way, he was going to find a way onto that ship just to figure out what's going on his own, unsupervised. Which which do you think is more dangerous?
Listen, you're taking this as an attack again, and that's not exactly what this is.
No. I'm not taking it as an attack.
No, you are
I am
trying
clear
to
of
defend your actions.
Inca.
No,
I'm not
Tyrus,
trying to do. I'm
listen
not
to
trying.
me.
I let you speak. Please let me speak. I'm not taking it as an attack. I understand where you're coming from, and I do agree with you. It was a dangerous situation, and I would not want that to happen. However, there are some things that you don't know about him, which you have clearly said some things that were untrue, which I am trying to clarify. I'm not against you. I'm not against the team. I do want to make sure that everyone is safe.
Tyrus, you need to understand. What you did was not good, okay? It was not helpful. You gave no warning whatsoever about bringing him to the boat. You should have set up a meeting time. You should have tried to dissuade your friend or to
There
put
was
off his thing.
there was not
Instead, you
going to
just
be
brought him just to us. Like, that's not a
Enka.
cool thing to do.
You're assuming he was going to allow that. He was going to make his way there no matter what. There was no time to set up a meeting. He was going to come to the boat. I could not stop him.
Can I have both of you roll a insight check? Both of you.
Ooh. After 1 for a 7.
Insight tells you, Enka, that Tyrus means well. He does. But at this time, you aren't sure if what you and him are talking about is going to clearly get through. Tyrus, you're just thinking what Tyrus thinks.
Yeah, because Tyrus knows Thambrix, and he knows that once he has something in his head, he's going to make his way there no matter what. So he just want to make sure that he can at least have some control of that.
Yeah. So, you have a feeling like maybe this conversation needs to be had with a little more breakdown, and might be best if you had someone, either Brooke or Gadri, who knows Tyrus, to break it down with him.
Knows Thambrix?
No. Tyrus.
Okay.
I think it just sighs, and you can actually see the wear and tear that she has like gone through over the years on her face for once, because usually she hides it behind, her more boisterous, happy attitude.
Just
And she looks at you a bit with like the slightest bit of pity.
You kind of get the
Before
feeling
just
of
shaking her head and walking away.
yeah, you kind of get the feeling of talking with your older sibling again.
He just heaves a heavy sigh and just it was the best option I could think of. I'm sorry, okay?
To start thinking more, Tyrus.
Well, you
Your
don't
good
know him.
intentions are putting us all in danger.
You don't know him, okay?
All right.
I don't need to know him.
You do if you're gonna make this kind of assumption.
All right, we're going to pause there for a bit before we switch over to Althera and Brooke, and we're actually going to take a BRB because I need to pee.
Me too.
Okay.
All right, we'll see you all in a bit.
we're back. More angst. Whoa.
Ooh.
Sudden bird. A wild bird
That
has appeared on
scared
screen.
me.
So anyway, Brooke and Althera,
Right. So,
they
Why?
passionately start kissing in the middle of the road.
Oh my.
Game is paused.
Yes, it is. I am wondering where the hell our game went.
I do want to mention that
Property.
once Tyrus and Enka leave, Tyrus is going to go for that book stand.
That's fine. I don't know where our freaking game just went. Excuse.
I told you I reloaded it.
I know, but I don't know where it went and found it. I think when you reloaded it, I gotta click cancel Foundry. Bring it back. So Theater of the Mind again, I guess.
No.
Damn.
Yeah, because when you restarted it, it like fucked with the OBS bit.
Shit.
Good job, Skelly.
Yeah, my plan all along.
I knew it. Out there to destroy us. Anyway, Theater of the Mind for the rest of the stream, guys. Apologies, technical issues, testicle issues, if you would. We are going back to Brooke and Althera as
Mm-hmm.
Tyrus is making his way over to the books. Brooke and Althera. Althera, you get up to Brooke and you see her kneeling down over a couple of what looks to be fruits and vegetables.
Is there something you wanted me to make for dinner tonight, Captain?
Fate sitting next to her as Brooke looks over and goes, no, nothing that comes to mind.
Are you alright? You seem a bit, down in the dumps.
I'm fine. I just needed to come over and look at the stand. It kind of made me think of my childhood.
Your childhood?
My mom, before she's whatever it is she's doing now, she owned a fruit stand that sold all different kinds of tropical fruits from the menagerie.
Oh, that sounds lovely. I bet your face and hands were always sticky with different fruits.
Not so much the fruits as much as shaved ice. I remember going down to support whenever I wouldn't be helping at the stand with my mom's and getting shaved ice. They'd give me a couple silver and tell me to head down there. Keep me distracted, and I also like to watch the boats.
Is that why you were so excited to get shaved ice when we were on the island?
You see a bit of purple on Brooke's cheek, and she's just like, kind of. I haven't had it in a little while.
Well, I just came over to check just because, I didn't know if I had accidentally done something to offend you earlier. It seemed like you were purposely avoiding looking at, Lilith, Gadri, and I.
No, my apologies. It's nothing. I was just looking over at the sand, and my eyes were kind of focused on that.
I'm gonna insight check the fuck out of that.
Go for it.
24.
8. Brooke be lying.
Althera kind of raises an eyebrow, but you know she's not gonna push Brooke, and she's like, well, if you say so, but know that you can talk to me about anything, Captain. Especially when it comes to matters of the heart.
You see Brooke kind of pause as she's holding one of the fruits, and she just goes, and she kind of takes a breath and goes, I wonder how much this is.
Can I have Fate do something?
Sure. What does Fate want to do?
So Fate is kind of reading the room a little bit and notices a bit of tension. So she's gonna go over and give you both nuzzles. And
Okay, pets her.
she's gonna cast nuzzles.
Oh.
What does that do?
Kills us instantly from adorability. Power word nuzzle.
I would say Althera wasn't meaning it like in a snide, like, I'm stealing your man. Just like, she's like, I clock that you're in love with someone. Here's my business card, sweetie.
We have been blessed.
Yeah, basically what Fate did was go over and give you nuzzles, so it's essentially her bless. So you both have a d4 to a roll.
Yay!
Brooke smiles and gives her a pet and goes, "Good girl." And Brooke stands, kind of like dusting her hands off and going, so, night hags. That's a topic that we need to talk about.
Alright.
Althera, roll nature to see if you know anything about night hags.
Please be a good roll. Please be a good roll, because it seems like no one knows any. That's a 9. No one knows anything about night hags. Can I re-roll that? Can I cast Bardic Inspiration on myself and re-roll that?
Unfortunately, bards cannot.
Is
Bards.
there something I can
not
do
yet.
to like re-roll?
You can
Is there
add
some-
the
I feel like-
d4.
Oh yeah, I'll add the d4 to that.
Well, it's a bless. Bless is only attacks and saving throws.
Oh, well,
Is it?
fuck me.
Yeah.
Well, Althera, you think for a moment, and night hags. Night hags. You've read a lot of stories about night hags, but they were all fiction. You're not 100% sure which ones are true, which ones are false. You know that they're fiends. You know that they're evil. As skills that they have, you're unsure. The books were more to like tell you, hey, wandering little kid, don't go in the forest at night. Don't go in the forest at night. That's a no. Your brother gave you those books.
I imagine he did what all older siblings do, and like would sometimes pretend that he was a night hag to scare her.
Yeah. Those creepy
So
burnt woods just they're out there.
Right?
They are coming for little pallid Yuan-Ti toes.
Oh yeah, because she'd get up in the middle of the night and bother him, and he's like, a night hag's favorite treat is little princess's toes. Ooh.
Who don't stay in bed. Scary.
But yeah, she looks at Brooke and she's like, well, the last story I heard, it was about a night hag that lived in a house made of candy.
Brooke blinks.
I know they eat children.
Brooke, you see Brooke just go, As you see her kind of like sweat, she's like, maybe it's best if we don't bring Lilith along.
Oh, but Lilith is so excited to do this. This is her first big thing. It would break her heart.
Why are we doing this again?
Because the rubies were really, really, really expensive.
Brooke blinks at this.
And Lilith wanted rubies.
And there was nothing else you could do for him?
I couldn't afford. What did you want me to do? Write him a song and say, hey, will you take this as payment?
You're a bard, aren't
Offer
you?
my body?
I can go and try.
No, we're not doing that. We're not, Captain, no. And she kind of pokes like Brooke's chest a little bit. She's like, Captain, we have dignity.
You see Brooke like start to laugh. And she's like, dear, you might have dignity. I have been at this game for many years.
Well, point still stands. We've already accepted the job, so now we need to get 2 night hag hearts. Maybe, if we're lucky, we can convince them to just explode.
You see Brooke looking at you doubtfully. She's like, what does he need these hearts for anyway?
I didn't ask. He was very rude.
You didn't ask.
I'm not one to look a gift horse in the mouth, Captain.
I am going to talk with the shop owner and see what information I can get out of him for these hags and why exactly he needs night hag hearts. See if there's anything else he's willing to trade for this. They're
I
rubies.
tried. There's not.
Well,
The trade part, at least.
well, and you see Brooke stand up a bit straighter, and lifts up your chin and goes, "If there's one thing I am good at, it is charming those around to better understandings."
You do have very high natural charisma, Captain. And she
Very,
gives her a bright smile.
very. And you,
Hey.
she says, looking down at her, have very nice tits.
Yes.
Use them. She lets go of your chin and starts walking towards where
Althera.exe
Gadri.
has stopped working. She's bright red. It's
Brooke,
like,
Brooke made perfectly aware that when she said that, she looked down at your tits as she walks towards Enka.
Althera is broken. She is bright red, and she's like,
Fate walks over and licks your hand. Like, you good?
You just hear Fate give a small, concerned whimper.
I'm fine, Fate. It's very hot. It's very hot suddenly. Perhaps the ice caps are melting actively right now.
She
Is there global warming in Thambrix?
she just looks at you, slight tilt of the head, smile, and just wags her tail.
Totally understanding everything.
100%.
There's not a thought behind those eyes as Brooke walks up to Enka.
Just only care.
Alright, I'm going to grab a couple things, and then we are going to make our way back to that shop and question Xana.
I guess that no one else knew anything about night hags.
Unfortunately not. I guess this isn't something that we come across often.
Well, to be fair, I think hags are more in forests, and we are strictly sea people, are we not?
I'll get to my land legs back one of these days. I'm sure of it. For now, let's buy a couple things.
Okay.
Brooke's going to walk over to a flower stand that's over there. Tyrus, you get over to Althea. Are you joining back with Gadri and them, or are you going to go back with Enka and Brooke?
She's kind of absent-mindedly wandering. Again, she's in tourist mode, so she's kind of literally going with the flow of the crowds.
Okay.
Looks over, sees.
So she might be lost at this point. She may have made a turn down a road and is like, wait, where is everyone? Where'd they go?
Looks over, sees a cantaloupe stand, blushes as she rushes off.
Fuck
I'm
you.
gonna
No.
say you're like over here,
So
walking around.
Althera is a Zorro. Got it.
Tyrus, as you get to the
Yes.
stand, you see a halfling fellow organizing books, stepping on step stools to get to the higher shelves and walking around. They have an apron on and glasses. They look up at you.
Tyrus kind of calls out, "Hail, fellow bookkeeper."
Hell, it's nice to see someone interested in books, as they say as they walk back down their little step
Right.
stool.
But of course, I grew up in a bookshop similar to this, maybe a little bigger, but nonetheless, a library is a place of wonder nonetheless.
True enough, sir. What are you looking for? What is your pick your poison? They say as they hold their hands out towards the books. We have books
He
from all
nods.
over Exandria, some from Marquette, some from Jorhas, some even all the way from up north. Though those are written in Dwarvish.
Would he know if his mom spoke Dwarvish or read Dwarvish?
She does not. At least
Okay.
not the last time you checked.
Okay, he's gonna nod as he thinks, and he goes, Well, I know she's read a little bit of everything, but you said you had some stuff about Jorhas.
Some fairy tales and some stories from Jorhas. Not easy things to come by, but we managed.
Would you mind if I peruse a little bit?
Go right ahead.
He
They
nods.
they motion towards it. It's kind of looks like a little stand that you see at like a convention with a table in the center with some books and then some shelves around them for you to look around. Um, as you're perusing through the books, you do see them go over to sit down, and there's like a little bassinet near them as there is a baby halfling sitting in there sleeping.
He's gonna look for the Jorhas one and see what it contains. He's not gonna obviously read it fully in front of him. He's gonna like try to skim some pages, see what it's about.
All right. I would say because Jorhas and is kind of at war and such. I would say roll
Well, not here. They're not. We're here.
true, but it makes barter and stuff kind of difficult.
Yeah.
I would say there's about 3 books. You see, one is of Jorhasian fairy tales. One is the story of the Bright Queen, like the glory and everything of basically a Bible.
Mm-hmm.
And you see one that is more of like a geography book, something that's talks more about the lands.
All right, so he's gonna find interest in the fairy tale one, and he pauses for a moment before he looks over to the shopkeep and go, quick question. You wouldn't happen to have any books on night hags, would you?
Night hags, night hags. They think for a moment, taking in the subject, and they're like, fiction, non-fiction?
Let's stick with nonfiction, and if there's nothing I can really find that would be helpful, we could probably go to to fiction.
They get up from their stool next to the bassinet and walk on over. They climb up they go to like a little non-fiction section that you can see. The Jorhas books are kind of on display because they're not easy to come by. And they rummage through a bit and they go, I have a collection of adventurers' stories on their run-ins with night hags. I don't
That
so
would
much
actually
have history books of night hags, but I have this.
that actually sounds quite useful. Would you mind if I skim through?
Go ahead. They hand it over to you.
He looks through and skimming through the book as he has done many a time before, try to get a general sense of the book. Books he's read before. Would this be something that would be of use to us?
Make an insight check to see if you think that these stories are real.
Would it be at advantage because he's also a book nerd? Question mark. Blink, blink. I blink.
I would say go ahead and roll it at advantage purely because you grew up in a bookshop and your mom was able to tell you about like fiction and nonfiction.
Yay! Oh, magical guidance.
How many times can you cast that?
As long as I have sorcery points.
Ah. How many sorcery points do you have left?
Well, I have as many as my sorcery level, so
Yeah, but you've
I
been
just
using
used
sorcery
2.
points off
I just used 1.
quite
I
a
have
lot.
9 left. I only used 3 today.
It's the same day as the day with Thambrix, and I'm pretty sure you used more last session. Because I believe you used them to roll, but we'll talk about that after.
It says on Foundry I had 10 out of 12, so I'll just take 2 out of D&D Beyond.
All
So I
right.
have 7 left.
19. You get the feeling that there's stories that are true, and there are some stories that you can tell are overindulged.
Mm-hmm.
Like between the stories talking about how vicious they are and the stories about how many the terrors and such and how they barely escape, so on and so forth, you get the ones that talk about like we barely escaped with our lives, but heroically we managed to do this amazing things with like my hand cut off, so on and so forth. Very
Right.
exaggerated, very heroic seeming. Some people talking about how they totally lopped off their heads with one swoop of the sword, so on and so forth. But there are some that talk about the things that they seen, the tail signs within the woods, stuff like that.
All right, so he's gonna find the one that's most useful, and he's also picking up that heroic one because that's funny. He's gonna put them down before him on the table. He's gonna put the Jorhas book and the Jorhas fairy tales and the useful Night Hag book in one pile. And he's gonna be like, "So, how much for these two?"
Which ones are you pointing at?
The Jorhasian fairy tales and the useful Night Hag book.
So he looks to them and goes, well, the Jorhasian fairy tales will run you about 15 silver, and the book on the Night Hags will run you about 10.
And if I get all three, and he points at the third one, which is the obviously exaggerated heroic one.
that one will simply cost 10.
10 silver.
10 silver.
So, a total of 25 silver.
35 silver.
35
10,
silver.
10, 15.
10, 15. Okay. He nods as he looks through. You know what? You have yourself a deal. And he hands the gnomish individual 4 gold.
Smiles and takes it, and I believe there's change to that.
You can go ahead and keep it.
He looks at you and blinks. What a generous young man you are.
As I've said, I've grown up in a library as well. My mother was a bookkeeper. So.
Oh, what was her name? Maybe I've heard of her.
1 second while I go to that section.
Forgot your own mother's name.
No.
Her heart is breaking.
He gives a smile. Faylene Rashad, or might have known her as Faylene Prawn.
They think for a moment and they go, I've heard of her shop from a few passers-by. It was a nice little shop. I can't say that I've heard many people talking about it lately. I hope she's doing well.
He gives a small smile at that. Like, it's not a very warm, very happy smile, but it's nonetheless a hopeful smile as well. And he goes, I do as well. I'm honestly kind of hoping to swing by that way and see how she's doing.
They smile at you and go, that sounds like a lovely idea. Well, if you ever head out there and you see your mom, tell her an old bookstore clerk like her says hi.
I will certainly pass it along. Have yourself a wonderful day, sir. And he
You too.
gives him a bow before he turns and takes the books in his hand. And he goes and makes his mail drop off.
As you walk away from the store, you see laying inside the basket is a tiny little halfling baby.
He smiles very warmly at that and starts getting a little bit of baby fever, but he moves along with a bright smile on his face.
As you move along, their eyes like flutter open, look at you, and they give you a smile back before they reach out for their dad. And Tyrus is dying on the inside.
Yes, so is Skelly.
With Gadri and Lilith. Gadri has been Lilith has been picking up multiple different items and holding them up to you like, and this one? Do you like this one? Maybe you like this one.
Each one, Gadri's all like, I guess that one's nice, or I don't know, or
You can see her visibly getting more and more frustrated with you.
and he is visibly getting more and more confused because each thing is like, yeah, it looks nice, but he can't see a use for it, so he's like, eh.
She stands up and puts like her hands on her hips and stomps her foot and goes, Gadri! Just because there's no use for it doesn't mean that there's nothing that you can use it for. Think about it. You can use this to decorate your room. You can use it just so that you simply have it. You could give it to someone as a gift.
He kind of thinks a little bit, and he's like, I mean, I'm never in my room enough to need anything in there. I mean,
Wouldn't it make you smile though to walk in, see something nice, and just know that you have a home to decorate? My dad's cave was filled with gems and gold. And even some carts. They were a little singed, but carts.
he kind of thinks for a moment and he goes, let's see if we could find anything with jellyfish.
She blinks at this. Jellyfish?
He nods a little bit. He goes, those little things in the water that look like white canvas bags with the little squiggly things coming out the bottom.
You see her staring at you, and she just slow blinks. I don't think I've ever seen one. If I have, I haven't seen it up close. But we can try.
Do I have any like paper and parchment and like something to draw with?
Do you? What's in
Let
your
me see.
inventory, man?
I'm looking. Give me a moment. Stop yelling at me.
I will yell at you louder.
Nope. Darn.
You have your finger and the dirt road.
Right, yeah, but like
She stares at you.
she
Can you
kinda
eat them?
some of them, but he kinda kneels down and like starts drawing in the dirt. And he goes, they kinda look like this. I don't know what, if
Um,
anything, that would be to like make it look
roll me. I believe for drawing its performance.
performance.
Yep.
Okay. Yep.
A 9. So
And th-
you kind of do a little doodle, and it kind of looks like a jellyfish. It kind of also looks. She looks at it and goes, kind of looks like a top hat with a bunch of S's.
he kind of laughs a little bit. He goes, "This is about the basic look of it. I mean, if we find anything that looks like this in terms of
Hmm.
these baubles and stuff like that, maybe I'll consider that."
She looks at you like she is now on a mission as she stands up. And let me see. What does she have? Does she have any parchment and paper? Nope. She also does not have parchment and paper. As she looks at the shopkeep and goes, do you have anything that looks like jellyfish? And they blink for a second. They're like, we have a couple of sea creature themed items, yes. Jellyfish is another question, they say as they turn and they start looking through their items. As they look through their items, they pull out what appears to be, it looks like a flat circle that is made of paper with um with some string attached to it. They reach down and they take out some pieces of sticks and they stand up straight. They end up puffing up the uh they begin to puff up the paper a bit, and you can see that outside from the bottom of it comes out little furls of the same color of parchment, but a little thinner, more ribbon-like. As they stick the sticks into it and hold it out to you, they're like, we've got these lovely jellyfish lanterns, and you see these particular items. I will be posting in the mute chat for viewers in the Discord to see. We have a few of these.
He kind of nods a little bit and he goes, "Oh, that's perfect. I would. About how much are they?"
Well, they're nothing but a couple pieces of parchment that take together and such, so they are. I would suggest keeping them indoors or at least somewhere dry. But they're about 5 copper each. They're not hard to make.
Gadri kind of nods a little bit and he goes, yeah, we can. I can definitely afford that. And he kind of thinks a little bit and he goes, by the by, do you happen to know any glass blowers nearby?
Glass blowers. I'm actually gonna roll to see if it is. If there should be some in this town. The dice gods are happy with you, apparently. They go. It's not a big shop, but there is a small shop over closer to the docks um, where there is a dwarven man who, instead of being very skilled with metal, tends to be very skilled with glass. He should still be open. It's not too late in the day.
He nodded a bit and, pays over the couple of copper for the how much did you say it was? It was 5 copper.
Yep. 5 copper for one of the hanging jellyfish.
Oh, convert.
Lilith puts her hands on her hips and puffs her chest all proud because she finally got him to buy something.
The chair will no longer be lonely.
It's 10 silver per copper, right? Or how much? It's 10 copper per silver, right? If I remember correctly.
Believe so.
I think it's 100.
No, it's
Isn't
10.
it?
No,
It's
no, no.
10?
Yeah. Okay. So. Okay, so. Okay. So he hands over the copper.
They take it and they hand you the. They kind of take it apart so that you're not, just carrying this big old thing, and put it into a small brown bag and hand it to you. Pleasure doing business with you.
He shakes his hand and makes sure to put them carefully into his bag. As he looks to Lilith, and he goes, these are a gift for someone, so, and he holds his, the shush, keep a secret type motion.
Who's it a gift for?
He kind of chuckles a bit and he goes, you will see.
She kind of narrows her eyes at him. She goes, Is it for Althera? You two were pretty chummy. She gives you a smirk.
He laughs a little bit and he goes, no, not Althera, but don't say anything, okay? It's a surprise.
Thinks for a bit. What are you gonna do if I keep your secret? What are you gonna do from me? She says as her tail swishes.
He thinks a little bit and he goes, how about in the next battle, I give you first dibs on killing something big?
Make a persuasion check.
Finally, something good of mine that I can use. And I still roll in that one.
I will give you, just because just because you dice rolled tonight, man. I will give you advantage because you have piqued Lilith's interest with the whole killing something.
Okay. Second roll.
But-
There we go. That's what it meant.
Sorry, that was
God
just funny.
dang.
What an amazing roll.
Finally, something I'm good at, and I still fucked it up. Lilith smiles and goes, "Deal. I get to kill the first creature. Let it be known to everyone," she says as she starts walking towards, she's assuming the port. As
She's
Gadri,
setting England.
going. Is there anything
As
else you want to say?
Gadri follows. Gadri kind of is just sitting there laughing to himself as they walk.
You can feel the bloodthirst aura coming from Lilith as as y'all are walking. Enka, you and Brooke are walking over to what appears to be a flower stand.
Inka is quiet. She's not hiding the fact that she is upset.
How did
Mm,
your
She is.
talk with Tyrus go?
That man is a fool, and he's going to get you killed one day.
You kind of see her thinking about background something. She just goes, "He's not the one I'm worried about, but sure."
Mm, She's looking at the flowers.
Have you thought
But
about maybe getting some for Ixtal? She says, smirking at you.
Inka's just like, I thought I told you not to read my mind.
I didn't. I can just see that you might. Well, not even see. I kind of heard that you might have a little more than just a benefit thing going on with him.
Well, it is just benefits thing. Um, it's complicated.
Is it? Is it really?
Yes, because it started out with the sex, but kind of want more than that now, and it's weird. It's hard to bring it up. It's totally different than between what like you and Gadri have, because you guys didn't go past the physical shit yet, because you still can't admit your feelings.
You see Brooke kind of blink and she goes, "You see, like, you caught her off guard with that one. She's just like, I don't think we were talking about me and Gadri. I think we were talking about you and Ixtal.
Listen,
So which
alright?
flowers do you think Ixtal would like?"
Well, I'm looking.
She says, like, immediately taking it off topic.
It's like, listen, alright, everyone can see you two like each other except you two. You need to just hurry up and say something.
I know he
Alright? I
likes
have
me.
no idea how Ixtal feels, and it's driving me crazy. Oh, like these white ones.
Brooke just kind of goes, I know he likes me. I'm aware. I know that Tyrus likes me as well. I am aware of all of that. I just need to talk with Tyrus now because I've already talked with Gadri.
Hmm.
Here, and she picks up some flowers and she holds them out to you. I'm going to post a picture of what they look like. If you want to maybe get your feelings across to Ixal, maybe give him some of these. Maybe give them some of these.
What kind of flowers are these?
Brooke kind of smiles as she touches them lightly and goes, "These are a wonderful species called Love and Mist. Love and a Mist. It can symbol whether or not Ixtal knows exactly what they are, I am unsure, but They can symbolize the fact that you two are together in a funny sense, and maybe there is a mist that you two need to walk through and figure out. Because I know that Ixtal cares very deeply for you. I think you just need to have that topic yourself and not worry too much about me.
But worrying about you distracts me from my own issues.
And jumping out of windows distracts me from mine.
I didn't say you couldn't jump out of windows.
Good
I
to
just wish you
know.
would jump out of bigger windows so I could follow you.
Good to know. Brooke looks towards the flowers and she picks up a small bouquet of mixed ones. And the shopkeep looks over at both of you. You see a furble, a large, sleepy-looking furble as they smile at you. Hi, would you like some flowers today? I see you have admired, looking over at Enka. I see you admire the love in a mist.
Uh, yeah, how much for a small bouquet of these?
Mm. 2 silver for the love in a mist, and 2 silver for the little mixed bunch that you have there, dear. And Brooke smiles and she's like, all right, I'll go ahead and take these then.
Okay, and Enka, she hands over a gold.
They blink uh, as you hand them and starts getting your change. Here you are, they said as they place the change into your hand.
Thank you. How much would that be?
Don't ask me to do D&D money math.
I don't know what the conversion is between gold and silver. Is it 10 as well?
Skelly, you do that. You do the math and put it in bed, please.
It is 10.
It is 10.
Okay,
Cool.
so that would be 8 silver back for change. Got it.
She hands you back the change and smiles and says, to whoever you give these to, I hope you find much love in your life.
Thank you.
Brooke doesn't say thank you. You just see kind of like a purple appear again on their ears as she goes, mm-hmm, and just continues walking, clearing her throat.
How about we drink tonight, Brookie?
A drink sounds great. Something strong.
Yes.
I don't have to worry about random ghosts appearing on the ship. Something strong would be great.
I'll make sure to hide the candy so no drunken shenanigans cause more chaos.
Please, she says. Please. Althera, we're gonna switch over to you. You come to after lulling in a daze over Brooke complimenting your tits, and have found yourself in a
Yeah.
strange area.
She looks around. She's like, uh, they left me.
Fate is
They
with you.
do this every year.
They do this every year. Oh, I didn't know if fate like left.
No, Fate's with you. You feel her her muzzle kind of nuzzle your hand.
Well, at least I have you, fate.
He smiles and tail wags.
As you
Should we do some exploring?
as you look around, how closely paying attention are you to where you are walking?
Very close. She's like, I don't know where I am. I don't know what's going on. I might get mugged. Someone might steal fate, someone might steal my very pretty bag. She's very aware.
All right. Um, as you are walking and you are looking in one direction, it's not the token that
Oh no, it's a big time rush.
What
I
the
thought
fuck
the
were you
exact
trying
same
to do?
thing.
I was trying to think of like, because you said One Direction, you know, like the boy band.
Yeah.
Oh, I never listened to that. I wasn't
Althera is lost. Oh.
staying alive, staying alive. Um, Skelly,
Yes.
I am trying to grab the token that I had for Solman, but it's not. I feel like it's on that randomizer thing. How do I change that back into a tiefling?
Right click it.
Okay.
Right click the button on the bottom right, and you'll get a search box, and just type in whatever like token you want. Uh, Normal people are commoners, so that's what you would type in for if you want to change commoners,
Okay.
and you hit enter.
Um.
Should also probably remind you that Faye might not be able to see what you're doing.
I'm not in Foundry. Every time I open it, my computer wants to explode.
I don't. Oh, there we go. God damn. I'm like, where the hell did it go? Do. I don't see tieflings.
What are you looking for?
Tiefling. Hold on. I think I got it. Ah, fuck. I hit the wrong thing at the wrong time. As you're looking around, so I can make some commentary, go ahead and roll a perception check.
Okay, I'm good at that.
Haha.
17. Yeah, I'm okay at it today.
All right. So as you are looking around with Fate, you notice a black tail.
A
Seems
black
to be
what?
tail.
Oh, tail.
Yeah, it seems to be feline. As Fate sees this, they start to growl, and they start chasing after it as it darts around a corner.
Fate barking.
Althera is chasing after Fate, and she's like, Fate, leave the little kitty alone.
Fate's looking like she's on a mission as she takes off that way. And as you make your way out there, you bump into a normal looking everyday person, brown hair and such, but as you both fall kind of on your ass, the hat falls off and you see a red tiefling sitting there. I am so sorry, they say as they stand up quickly. I wasn't watching where I was going.
Althera does the same, and she picks up the tiefling's hat and hands it back. She's like, "Oh no! It's on me. Wait. Are you Solomon?"
As you're letting those words out, they quickly put their hat on and kind of like they don't like grab you and like cover your mouth or anything, but they're just like, yeah, Jupiter.
I mean, yeah,
Juniper.
Jupiter popping up a lock with this.
You see their as they are in human form, you can see their cheeks flushed pink. It's like, that is not my last name. She's quite a character, that one. How did you know? And you see them kind of like, you can tell that they are now on guard in a, do I have to fight?
Althera kind of blinks. And she's like, I've met Lemora. Very nice for a bold woman. She's mentioned you once or twice.
She's mentioned me once or twice to you?
Yes, we were playing a drinking game. And she mentioned Juniper Papanapalopagus. Honestly, with that name, I thought you were going to be more femme presenting, if I'm being honest.
It wasn't my choice. So you know Lumora, that's great. Sorry that I bumped into you.
It's not your fault. It's on me. I wasn't looking where I was going. And she kind of holds her hand out. She's like, I am Lady Althera Diora of the Pallid Grove.
You see them kind of pause as they look at you. Diora?
Mm-hmm.
They take as you hold your hand out, they take your hand and they give it a kiss and per usual. And he goes, quite a name. It's not common.
It's my mother's name. Her name is Diora.
I see. It's a pleasure to meet you. I feel like I know your mother somehow, and you kind of see them rubbing their forehead.
Althera kind of blinks and she's like, she was a very famous fire dancer and entertainer before she settled down.
Did you happen to visit the did you happen to visit Taldore over to the north?
I don't believe so. I do know the king and his family have taken a few trips up there. His family being his wife, his children, him, obviously.
I'm sorry, this must sound hilariously dumb, but could you tell me the name of the king?
Zimpiros Ilion?
You see them like frustratedly trying to think as they rub their head and they go, I feel like I may have met them at some point in Lyragon. Sorry, I'm rambling.
That's no, it's all right. And she's kind of like looking around for Fate, and she's like, "Now, where did Fate go?"
The dog?
Yes.
They went that way. Is that your dog? Do you need help?
Not my dog, but I do need to find her. And she grabs his hand, is like running after where he pointed, like, Fate! Fate!
They are now like staring at your hand as you are running, like being dragged along. Althera, you are definitely picking up that this is definitely Thambrix's brother.
Yeah, she figured.
It is
She's
now
like,
her
oh,
turn to
this.
make her a
She's like,
cat
oh,
blush.
this one's nice.
So, as you are running along chasing Fate, you hear a cat hissing, you hear Fate barking. As you turn the corner and you see, like, you are well aware that Fate has all the ability to blink up there if they wanted to, but they are refraining from blinking up on top of the crate and are simply just barking at this black cat.
Althera goes to Fate and she's like, settle down. There's no need to harass some poor little feline.
See the cat looking over at you like, get your dog, bitch. Essentially.
Yeah, Althera gets Fate to calm down and then holds out her arms like, here, kitty, kitty. It's alright. Come here.
Roll a animal handling check.
Oh, please, God. Please, Dice Gods, be nice. That's a 12. That's not too bad.
I'll say that you get you get advantage because Solomon's going to also try to help with this situation. He doesn't know the situation.
Yeah.
But he's like, good kitty.
The best I can do is a 12.
The cat looks to you and looks to Solomon and kind of like sniffs near your hand but stays in place. It's not agitated anymore, but it's kind of just on guard.
Oh, I think I know what you want. Althera is going to reach into her bag and pull out a stick of fish jerky and is like, it's salmon.
starts moving a little closer and sniffs it. Fate's staring directly at it. She kind of does like the little paw tappy thing, trying to tell you something.
Althera's gonna look at Fate like, Fate, calm down. Well, whatever is going on, we'll figure it out. Let's just focus on getting this kitty to safety. You're a beautiful little cat, aren't you?
Cat looks to you and likes the fact that you are treating it so well and hops down, kind of giving Faye a cautious wide berth, a little bit of a wide berth as they move towards you.
Althera is gonna take the cat in her arms if it lets her. And it's just like, scritching it on its chin and feeding it the fish stick.
As you hold out the fish stick to them, you hear the man behind you go, may I, as they motion their hand towards the kitty.
Oh, of course.
You see them reach over and with their fingernail, you see them kind of press into their own thumb, causing them to bleed just a little as they speak softly, pulling out some other materials, and they're going to cast a spell on the kitty. As you do, you see them take out like a small clay mold of a ziggurat, and they wipe the blood on it and hold it above the cat as they chant something in. Do you speak Infernal?
No, I do not.
So you have no idea what he's saying, but it doesn't sound pleasant. As he
Althera
finishes,
is giving him massive side eye. Like, are you going to hurt the cat? What are you doing?
they look at you and they go, no. It's just something I can do. And you see a shine around the cat as the cat kind of like wiggles its nose and blinks, and then looks up at you and goes, "Well, now that's sparkly." Out there, you are holding a talking cat.
Oh my goodness, you talk. This is the best day ever.
I cast tongues upon them.
That is very smart. Thank you.
It's quite a handy trick to learn. They look towards
Althera essentially
Fate.
did the equivalent of if you've seen the Barbie movie, where it's like, no, no one knows how hard it is. My job is beach. Like, well, you do it very well, Ken. Thank you, Barbie. that whole exchange is like, well, you do it very well. Like, you're very smart.
The cat looks to you and goes, "Can you please tell that one?" They point over towards Fate. To calm down.
Faye, this is a nice little kitty. See, she's not hurting anyone.
Fate knows exactly
But,
that this cat stole from Tyrus.
She's like, but, do you have an idea on why Fate was chasing you? She's never done that before.
No idea at all.
I'm gonna insight the
I mean,
fuck out of this cat.
there's simply a dog chasing a cat. That's all.
So what you're saying is Tyrus assaulted a kid for no reason.
Kind of.
13
That's fantastic.
Twice.
13?
How did I get 13 twice?
That's good because my watermelon dice apparently are mean. They're not happy that I haven't used them. You can tell that this cat is being tricky. They have a good idea. Like, they know Fate. You can tell that Fate knows this cat.
Mm-hmm. Althera goes, well, do you have any owners?
Owners? No. I am a free bird, a free cat, if you will. I go where I please.
Oh, goodness. Well, a beautiful cat like you deserves something beautiful in return. And again, she's holding the cat with one arm and like reaches into her bag and she's like, excuse me, Bartholomew, could you hand me? No, not that one. no, not that one either. Like her arms in the bag. Like she's not looking in it. She's like, no, not that one. It's almost as if Solomon can see that she's talking to her bag, and she's like her bag of holding, and she's like,
Yeah, he leans
oh,
in a little and
that one,
goes,
perfect.
"Who are you talking to?"
Bartholomew, the man
Out
that lives in
there.
my bag.
You look up to explain, and he's super close.
Oh,
Because just like Thambrix, he has no idea about boundaries. Just super
Althera
close.
blinks and blushes brightly. She's like, well, have you ever heard of the Bagman?
No. Should I?
No. He's essentially a very nice creature that lives in my bag and helps me get things from my bag of holding. And she holds up a jeweled collar to this cat, and she's like, "What do you think about this, little lady?"
They looked at it and their eyes sparkle, and they're like, "Now that would fit me very well, but I am a free cat. No one can tie me down, ma'am. You're not trying to adopt me."
Oh, no. I'm just trying to show that everyone should see how beautiful you are. And besides, with a jeweled collar like this, people will be more inclined to give you treats and food. It just enhances your beauty.
You see them narrow their eyes towards you. "What are you playing at, human? What do you want?"
I'm not a human, but
"You all look the same to me. You're both two-legged."
fair enough. I do know that fate only chases for one reason and one reason only. So, whatever you have that she's chasing you for, I will trade you for this jeweled collar.
See them look to you. I need you to roll persuasion.
I'm good at that. 27.
Hey.
They look to you and they look up at the collar and think for a moment before they start making sounds.
She's holding the cat out because she was holding it on her chest. So now she's holding the cat out towards the street so it doesn't vomit on her.
The mouth unhinges and a long tongue comes out with a pair of dice in it.
Oh my god, is this a Florkin?
Is that Tyrus's dice? Oh, just set them on the ground. And then I will put this collar on you and make sure it fits correctly.
They look up to you and they drop them on the ground and wait for themselves to be collared.
She makes a big flourish as if she's, like knighting someone or like putting a crown on someone, and she's like, and there. And then she holds a little compact mirror and she's like, what do you think?
They look to it, leaning their head from side to side, and go, "It's quite tasteful. I do like it indeed. You are one of the better two-legged creatures that I have met."
I appreciate it.
Your name was Althera, was it not?
It is. What's your name?
They smile at you. "Names are powerful things, dear. Never give them out too easily now. But you may
Pardon?
call me... You can call me Diamond."
Diamond. Well, Diamond, it was a pleasure meeting you.
"And you."
I hope you enjoyed the salmon stick.
"I did." And they look down towards Fate and go, "It was not as much of a pleasure to meet you, though."
Oh.
As they look up to you and hop on down, and turn around, fluffing their tail up a bit, and go, "I shall now take my leave."
Goodbye, Diamond. And she's gonna cast prestidigitation on the moist sack of dice before picking it up and putting it in her bag. And then looking up at Solomon is like, thank you for helping.
Solomon blushes and goes, I didn't really do much, but you're welcome.
Didn't do much. If it weren't for you, I doubt Diamond would have, interacted with me at all.
You're very charismatic. Why wouldn't anyone interact with you? You're very, very pretty. Shit. You're very nice. Shit. You hear them mumbling under their breath in Infernal.
Althera smiles and blushes a little bit. She's like, "Thank you. You're very handsome and nice as well."
They smile down at you and they go, thanks. Where you said that you were friends with Lumore. Did you come here with Brooke and Gadri?
I did, yes.
Does that mean you know Tyrus? I haven't seen him in a while. I would like to say hi to him, but he wasn't at the bar.
We were traveling together. I'm sure I could take you to see them.
That
where
would be
are we?
great.
And she's gonna kind of look around, like, see if there's a street sign.
Oh, where did you last see your friends? The market's down the alley, down that way. Seems like you came from there.
Yes, that's where I came from.
All right, we can start heading that way. And they look at Fate. Maybe your canine friend can help.
She kind of like smacks her forehead a little bit. Like, oh, why didn't I think of that? Fate, can you take us back to Tyrus?
Fate's ears perk up and smile, tail wag as he starts leading down the alleyway, knowing exactly where Tyrus is.
At all times, like a creep.
Yes.
I'm joking. Solomon follows behind you as everyone starts making their way towards. Tyrus, you're heading towards the post office. It would be near the port. Brooke and Enka are just kind of walking. They see Gadri and Lilith heading one way, and they start following. As Brooke kind of like thinks for a moment and goes, Enka, wasn't Althera with Gadri?
Last I saw, yes. Why?
I don't see them together now.
No, wait, wasn't she with you?
She was with me for a moment, but I assumed that she went back over to Gadri and Lilith when we were done talking. Ugh.
Did she wander off on her own, maybe?
Did we just lose Althera?
Maybe roll a new character. We completely lost Althera.
Oh, I'm not too worried. Althera's able to handle herself. Besides, you have that message spell, don't you?
True, and she reaches in her pocket and pulls out a copper wire and is going to cast Sending to Althera. Althera? Where is your current location? We don't see you. Are you alright? And she sends it out to Althera.
Althera responds with, "Hello, Brooke. Yes, I'm fine. I ran into Solomon, and we are on our way to Tyrus. We're in between, the mural with the man in the really funny hat.
The message cuts off there.
Brooke kind of like
It cuts off at it cuts off at mural.
Brooke standing there.
She's pointing out the most obscure like landmarks.
Brooke kind of blinks and looks to Enka and goes, she's by a mule. She's gonna cast Sending again and say, meet over where Tyrus is. He was heading to the post office. I think he's going to the docks.
Althera responds, "Okay, thank you," and then the equivalent of like a messaging like heart emoji.
She could just feel the heart smack her in the face, like the sweetness, the kindness, it burns. As we all make our way down to the docks. We don't really have a dock map, but this is where we said that this was the dock, so we're just gonna go with that. Gadri and Lilith would be here. Tyrus, you'd be there. Brooke and Gadri.
Ooh, see through.
Yeah, apparently. Totally didn't throw you into a
It's a random house.
into a random hole. Tyrus, you walk in and you see that there is. It doesn't look exactly like this because we don't have a post office thing, but
Yeah.
you see that there is containers of mail around the edges of the wall. Some have like boxes for smaller letters. Some have bigger crates for bigger packages and little signs above them where you can see that it's very organized here. They have like Taldore with different Taldore. They have Marquette. They have the Menagerie Coast, so on and so forth in different little sections. As a table is in near the back, as you see um, a human man standing there reading through a ledger as another woman is packaging up items. Some people had just came in and walked out as you were leaving.
And Tyrus gives a smile to the man and a nod before he goes to one of the tables, pulls out his letter. And he pulls out a second parchment and he rewrites the letter, kind of amends it a bit to include the gift. Before he wraps it up, packages it with the book in 10 gold, and he goes over to the man.
He looks up to you, fixing his glasses, and goes, "Welcome, welcome, welcome. You're a visitor, aren't you? I don't think I've seen you around these parts."
Not around here. I'm originally from Westrun, but I've been out at sea for some time.
Ah, all right. Well, what can I do for you today?
I'd like to send the package home, please. If you wouldn't mind, I would like to have this be addressed to the Temple of Searing Ray in Westrun. Attention to Keeper, I forgot what his name is.
Wow. I'm joking.
If I could have it be attention to Keeper Silda, please.
They nod as they take the items, and they essentially,
Oh,
Hmm?
he packaged it all together as one package.
Okay, so they take it and they kind of like weigh it a bit to see the weight, and they nod and they go, "All right, I believe last time you sent a package it was 2 gold."
I don't know. When our prior DM had it, it was free, but I'll let you choose the postage.
No, it's not that heavy an item, so he looks to you and goes, "Well, Westrun's not too far, and the package is rather light, so that'll be about 5 copper. It's not too
He
much."
he nods and he slides over 5 copper.
Nods and takes it, holds a seems to be a piece of paper that has a side that you can fold, and it essentially has a almost like a sap substance on the back of it. And he says, "If you wouldn't mind signing here for who it's going to be addressed to, so I don't misspell their name. I know the temple, though I would rather not end up with the package in the wrong hands."
He nods and spells out Keeper Silda. And he also includes attention Phelan Rashad.
All right. They take it and they peel off the wax paper to reveal the sticky substance and places it onto the package neatly. And they hand it to their wife, who takes it with a smile and walks over to the Taldore area and sorts it out for the letters to Westron. And they give you a smile and they go, "We'll have that package shipped out as soon as possible. Is there anything else you would like?"
He gives a smile and a nod before. No, thank you. That's all I needed. I appreciate your business.
Please don't hesitate to come by to see if you get a letter in return. If you're here in around that time.
Yeah, I doubt it, but never know. I've been to places twice before, so thank you very much.
He nods as you head on out. Um, Feeling accomplished with the things you needed to do. Gadri, you and Lilith are walking around the port town, and you see the little shop that the other merchant was telling you about. As you walk in, you see a dwarven man um, working on what appears to be a smaller project, maybe like a paperweight or something. As he looks up to you, as you walk in, you hear a little dinging of the bell, Lilith following in after.
Jingle, 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 jingle.
Gaddy's distracted.
Gadri like raises his hand. Hail.
Hail, what can I do
He
for you?
he moves closer and he goes, I have a special project that I need done. Uh, they said that you do some glass blowing here.
Hi, I do.
He kind of moves a little bit and pulls one of the lanterns out, sets it up a bit, and he goes, do you think you could make me a jellyfish figurine?
He looks at the paper
Lantern.
mache lantern and looks it up and down and goes, I've made quite a few jellyfish. I've made quite a few jellyfish. Why did he go southern? I made quite a few jellyfish designs before. What kind of jellyfish are you looking for?
He kind of thinks a little bit and he goes,
He smirks. He says, "Do you know many jellyfish names?"
he goes, I don't know many jellyfish types, but I have something kind of specific in mind that I'm kind of looking for.
Well,
Do you have any parchment?
he stands up, his boots hitting the floor as he walks over to a bookshelf and starts looking through and pulls out one that says sea creatures. As he brings it over to you, he flips through the pages to the J, and you see a couple sketches of different types of jellyfish. And he goes, "Which one is closest to the one that you're looking for?"
Gadri kind of looks through and he kind of goes, well, the specific type isn't really the important part. Any really will do as long as they're, looking pretty. Um, as long as it's noticeable what they are.
Hmm. Maybe you can help me out a bit. What is this for?
It's a present for someone really close to me.
You see them tap their chin, thinking. Um, a friend, a mother, brother, a sister, a cousin.
He chuckled a bit and he goes, "No, no, not family. Not family at all. It's a really close friend."
Hmm. They think for a minute. And they go, "Just a small figurine."
He kind of thinks a little bit and he goes, um, "If possible, um, maybe one or two figurines inside of a glass cylinder. Maybe, you know, filled with maybe a blue glass to make it look like they're swimming."
He nods, and as he ponders this, and goes, "Do you want a paperweight, something that is on the larger side that is maybe a stand, um, something to hang? There's plenty of things that you can choose from."
He thinks a little bit and he goes, maybe a paperweight. He kind of holds his hands in a way that like maybe about a foot tall.
They nod as they think about it for a moment, and they say, "Well, when do you need it by?"
He thinks a little bit and goes, "We're not gonna be here too long. What do you think the fastest you can do it in, while still keeping a decent quality?"
Well, to be honest, I don't have much Michi. The fuck? Sorry. I don't have much business. Really now. Sorry. Michi is not. Oh,
Michi
Nari's not
angry.
happy, motherfucker.
Oh, neither of them are angry.
He goes, I don't have much business lately. Not a lot of people come for glass blowing in this town. So I could be working on it 2-3 days. 2 days at the least.
Kind of nods a little bit and he goes, and what are we thinking in terms of price?
For the glass blown, two jellyfish foot tall, colored glass. I'm assuming you would want the jellyfish colored as well.
He nodded a little bit and he goes, yes, if possible, um, one in a lighter blue and the other in a darker blue.
He thinks for a moment as he's. That is a hard one because I don't think I've ever heard of glass blowing in D&D. He
I think it
ponders
would probably
for.
be like an artisan piece or something.
Yeah. He thinks for a moment as he taps his finger and goes, well, I'll have to make sure that the blues don't clash. You're asking for blue upon blue upon blue. How about we set you back at 25 gold now and then 25 gold when you pick it up so that you can see if it's even up to your standards.
He kind of thinks a little bit and he goes, I'll give you 25 now, and when you're done, I'll give you 50 if you can put it on a little bit of a rush.
See, he is taken a bit back by that and goes, consider it done. He holds his hand out to you.
He holds out his hand and grabs the dwarf's, firmly shaking it before reaching into his bag and grabbing his coin purse and pulling out the 25 gold.
And what is the name for the pickup of the order?
Gadri, Stormhammer.
He writes that down and goes, all right. I will see to it that it is done.
He nods.
Lilith is looking around and you see her kind of holding her tail as to not knock anything over. Because everything in here is beautiful. It's sparkling as the light from the sun is hitting in. It's making rainbows dance across the walls. As Lilith looks at him and goes, "Wow, big spender today."
He laughs a little bit and he goes, well, I had recently come into a little bit of money, so, you know. And this is something special.
It's going to be very difficult to keep this secret.
He laughs a bit and he goes, remember, you promised.
I know. It's just going to be difficult. I can't go near Enka. That lady smells deception.
He laughs a little bit and he goes, "Well, I mean, you can't just say that you've been sworn to secrecy, you know? Just don't let them know that you have a secret, but don't let them know what the secret is."
So flaunt the fact that I have a secret. Got it. She nods approvingly of this. So, are we done here?
He nods and he goes, "Yeah, yeah, that's all I needed." He like gives a slight little wave to the dwarf before moving back towards Brooke and Enka.
So as you make your way out of the shop, Lilith stays in for a few moments longer before coming out. You walk out, and as you do, you see Brooke and Enka are just now walking into the area. As they look over towards you, and they wave. At least Brooke waves. I don't know if Enka waves.
Inga smiles.
And Brooke makes her way over. There you two are. I was worried that you two got lost.
He kind of chuckles a little bit and he goes, "No, no, if we got lost, I would just message you."
True. We need to work on getting rings for Althea and Enka.
He nods a little bit and he goes, "Yeah, it would be nice to have a way for them to be able to tell us where they are. But I'm not paying for it this time."
Nah, it's fine. I'll just shoot giant beam of fire in the sky. You'll know exactly where I am.
Brooke just looks at her like, that sounds dangerous.
Only for anyone stupid enough to be standing in the way.
That sounds dangerous for many people. Many, many people. Tyrus, as you're walking out, you can see them all gathered up talking.
Tyrus kind of smiles and approaches like, "Oh, look at this. Seems we found our way home."
Well, not yet.
Almost. But at least we're all together. Hi, everybody.
Brooke kind of frowns a bit and goes, we are not all together.
Almost all.
Althera's going to be meeting us over here. I'm not sure where she is at the moment, but she was heading on over with, and you kind of see Brooke looking to the side. A friend.
Is Fate with them?
I would assume so.
He gives a nod.
But that's not the friend I am talking about.
Yeah, I feel like they're close.
Well, you would know your soul is attached.
Mm.
Um,
So I've got most of what I wanted to taken care of, and I don't know how much the group knows about night hags, but he pulls out the books.
Nothing. We know absolutely nothing.
Well,
Literally nothing.
well, it's a good thing I found this. And he holds up the book.
Sweet.
Brooke looks to it and smiles as she takes the book and skims through it. She goes, all right. At least that's a start, but I feel like we should speak with Althea on the person who gave us this mission to begin with.
Pulls out the other book, looks and goes, "Oh, wait, hold on." Takes the book out of Brooke's hand and hands her the other one. Sorry, this one seemed like a funny read. That was the one that's factual.
She looks at it and goes, all right. Well, let's go look for Althea. Althea, you hear them all talking as you're walking with Solomon.
Oh, so they're probably like hooked arm in arm. Very, again, very noble like. It's how she was taught. If you're walking with someone, normally, you hook their arm with yours. And she's just talking with Solomon. Sorry, I had
As you're
goldfish in my
doing,
mouth.
no, you're good. As you're doing this, Solomon is very stiff because he has not had to walk with a lady in so long. He's not had to like put on this nobility. So he is very much stiff. You can feel like him literally walking like a fucking cardboard cutout.
I think the second she notices it, she like quickly unfurls her arms like, sorry, force of habit. I should have
No.
asked.
You're good. You're good. I'm out of practice.
If it makes you feel any better, so am I.
He kind of like
And then she
narrows his eyes a bit as you say this. Like you can tell he's really trying to figure out where he knows your name from.
And then she's gonna turn to the others and she's gonna go, there you all are.
Ah, welcome.
Tyrus, I have a gift for you.
Oh.
Enka's just
And
like,
she's gonna reach
just got rid of that man.
and she's gonna reach into her bag and she's like, Bartholomew, could you yes. And she holds out Tyrus's dice.
He perks up and he perks up and is those that are perceptive enough, which is probably Brooke, Gadri, and Althera, notice that his ears kind of do a little wiggle as he smiles
Aw.
warmly, and he goes, "Oh, I thought I'd never see these again. Why, thank you so much." He takes it.
Mhm.
He takes it and he takes her hand and gives a kiss at the top of her hand. My appreciation knows no bounds. I thank you so much.
She blushes and she kind of like tucks in like her hair behind her ear. And she's like, oh, I just had to trade a jeweled collar for it.
Oh, they weren't that much. They weren't worth that much.
The collar came from one of my deceased cats, so when I was a child. So I needed to let go of it.
Tyrus, you see this very ordinary looking man look over at you and goes, Tyrus, it's been a minute.
He looks over to him and goes, "It certainly has." Solomon, right?
Yes, it last time I saw you it was at the masquerade. When
Indeed, it
I
has.
was trying to off all of you, but hopefully we can put that behind us. You do remember that he was wearing a crown of thorn madness on his head.
He gives a nod and goes, "Well, you're not Rashad. Well, you're not a Rashad if you're kind of causing a bit of mischief amongst the group. But nonetheless, it is good to see you. At least I'm hoping it's good that you're here."
I think so. I mean, Lamar just told me to kind of lay low. But
Insight check.
how dare, how dare you incite this man?
I'm gonna use a sorcery point for that.
Right?
23.
Let me roll. Oh. All right.
20 plus.
E2.
I win.
So, what you get off of him, because it is very close, is he's telling the truth. Lumora had told him to lay low. You knew that he was in the care of Lumora. He seems honest enough. He looks to all of you as he like rubs his hands together and goes, "So, oh god damn it. Hold on. I was trying to type in the chat, but it was in caps and I feel like that would have been really rude."
Debbie, I have a headache. Mags. Okay, fine.
So Solomon looks around and goes, "It's great to see all of you. I'm glad you're all in good health, but I don't see two of you. The the robotic friend of yours and the um the tiefling girl. Orchid, what's her name? And Ruby was the robotic one, yes?
Yeah. Ruby is off to her workshop, and Orchid had left soon after Thambrix left.
I see. Thambrix left?
Yes. Did you not know?
He kind of looks towards Brooke and Gadri, and Brooke kind of like, you see, kind of looks absent-mindedly holding a bouquet of flowers, just staring at it. No one said he left. I asked how he was, and they said fine. What's going on? Is everything okay with my brother?
Tyrus just glances over to Brooke. Well, when is he ever okay? Well, I'll just ask that.
Let me ask, is there anything anyone wants to do before we wrap up for the night? Or shall we call it here?
Gadri has nothing left to do.
Enka has nothing left to do. Althera, Tyrus?
I can't really think of anything.
Mm-mm.
Alright, so as you look to Solomon and you say, well, I can't remember what you said. I'm sorry, my brain short-circuited.
He was like, well, when is he ever okay?
And that is where we're going to end tonight's session. Everyone say good night.
Night.
Good night.
Night.
Good morning.
Thank you for joining us for the Whimsical Travelers of Fate. We will be back next Sunday, hopefully, I can't say for sure, with Q cosplay. And depending on his schedule and availability, we will be starting at VTM. But we will keep you posted on the Discord. And we hope you all have a lovely night. We are Dice and Destinies. This is our Whimsical Travelers of Fate Exandria campaign. And we will see you soon. Bye.
Good night.
Bye.
Penis, penis,
Bye.
penis, penis.